Great to have a live audience and a full chamber, so welcome and thank you so much. My name is Vice Mayor Luis Collazo, and I'm going to be calling this meeting to order at this time. Thank you.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Councilmember Diegues.
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Ruano is not here. Vice Mayor Collazo.
Present.
Mayor Sid is absent. He will be joining the meeting virtually later. Vice Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Pastor Louis from Elevate Church to come on up and lead us in a prayer.
All right, perfect. Okay, yeah. Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. All right. Hello, everyone. Let us pray. All right. Father, we thank you, God, so much for this place that we get to call home here in this beautiful town. Thank you for our residents and our town hall staff, our town council, our mayor, vice mayor, and everyone here, Father, that contributes so much, Father, for our well-being. Father, we pray for a special blessing for our town, for our community, or the families that reside here. And Father, tonight as we convene for this meeting, Father, we pray that you would give us wisdom, and Father, that your will be done here, God. And I pray, Father, for just wisdom going forward, God, for the leadership of our town. And Father, we just ask you to continue to bless us, Father. And Father, we pray for families, well-being of our families in our community, God, those who might be struggling with the pandemic and health issues. And Father, we pray for healing for those who may be sick and well-being for the town, God. So Father, we pray that your will be done in this place. And Father, that our town, our state, our country, may we always remember, God, that blessed is the nation whose Lord is its God. So we come to you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you all.
Thank you, Pastor Louis. Everybody, please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman Josh Diegues.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. You can be seated. I'd like to now move on to Ariel Fernandez for the Better You Minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, residents, and staff of the town that's growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. So you want others to believe in you. You want them to trust you, to have faith in you, to not doubt your capabilities. Great. Now flip that around. Do you trust yourself? Do you have faith in yourself? Do you trust the capabilities you have without a shadow of a doubt? This is the first step. You want others to believe in you? You need to start believing in yourself. If you do not believe in yourself, it will nearly be impossible for others to believe in you. Leave all the doubts aside and start trusting your own capabilities, and you will see how others will soon follow. So stop doubting and start believing in yourself.
Thank you, and thank you to Ariel. Every meeting he starts us off and puts us off in a positive tone. So thank you, Madam Clerk, for playing that video. I'd like to move on to the order of business, and I'd like to ask for any additions, deletions.
Yes, Vice Mayor. I'm going to be pulling item 14H. I had a conversation with Building Director Angel, and we're going to be modifying it a little bit before bringing it back to you guys.
Thank you. Pulling 14H from the agenda.
And I'd also consider that we move up items 14B and 14G, since I'm sure the families are here in attendance.
We have a lot of people here for public comments. 14B is street naming of a street for Sergeant Eddie Perez and item 14B. We can move them up in the order of
Before
business.
public comment or after public comment?
Before?
I think we'll do them immediately before public comments.
That's fine, yeah.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I'd like to pull item 10C from consent, please.
Vice Mayor, I'd like to pull item 10B for discussion.
Consent, I had 10C, correct? C as in Charlie?
Yes.
And Councilman Alvarez?
10B as in boy.
10B being pulled from consent. Anything else on the order of business? Going once, going twice?
I move to adopt the order of business as amended.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Councilman Dieguez, is there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So we moved item 14B before public comments. I know that that item is sponsored by Councilwoman Ruano. She's not here, but I know that there's plenty of people here in the audience at this time. I'd like to ask them to come on up and speak to that item.
That's the item honoring Sergeant Eddie Perez. The family would like to come up, say anything, or anyone who would like to support the item.
Good evening. I don't know if you can hear me in the back. I just wanted to say thank you to not only the town of Miami Lakes, but the community. It means a lot to the family and to the neighbors on Cedar Court. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak on that item, 14B?
Vice Mayor, I can also ask if we have any participant virtually for item 14B, honoring Sergeant Edward Eddie Perez. Please unmute yourself and just state your name and address and express your comments. And welcome to the Town of Miami Lakes regular council meeting. Again,
Also, for the record, Councilwoman Ruano just showed up in perfect timing. So this is your item, and we were waiting for you to come.
Thank you so much, and please excuse my late arrival. And thank you so much for all of the families that are here today to listen to this very important item. A very valuable community member reached out to me regarding this item, and I was very, very happy to bring it up. I don't know how far we've addressed it. I don't want to.
Just started.
Thank you so much. Just give me 1 second so that I can find it in my agenda. Here we go. Thank you so much. Thank you, council member. So this evening, we'd like to honor Sergeant, excuse me, Edward Eddie Perez, who is a 20-year resident of Miami Lakes, 25-year veteran of the police force. I know that he is a beloved member of this community, and Mr. Alejandro Sanchez was the person that reached out to me and let me know that all of the residents on this block were very, very interested in renaming the street in honor of a very, very valuable member of the community. So it is my honor to introduce this item, and I would ask for my council members to support the renaming of this street, Sergeant Edward Eddie Perez Court.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. Any discussion?
Is there anyone that would like to say a few words?
members here of
If you can speak into the microphone, just name.
If I get over here, you don't mind if I
Sure.
put my back to you?
It's okay. Name and address for the record.
Orlando Del Castillo, 14411 Cedar Court, Miami Lakes, Florida.
Thank you, sir.
As a proud member of Miami Lakes, I moved in 1987. So I've seen the neighborhood change. And when I initially moved in, the neighborhood wasn't predominantly Latin as it is now. So it was a little different times. And I remember telling the neighbors there that many a times you'll see your neighbors more than you see your family. So it's extremely important that we all get along. At those times, unfortunately, it didn't go that way. But I have to tell you here and now that the group of neighbors that we have in Cedar Court are family. We all stick together, and we're all here to help each other. But one person that obviously isn't with us anymore, but he will never be forgotten, is Eddie Perez. And I'm honored to be part of this commemoration today. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. There's anybody else wanting to speak? The item was moved. There's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. The item passes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming out, and we'll see you soon when we...
The next item that we've moved up in the agenda is item 14G, another street naming. I understand, Madam Clerk, that there's 2 videos with this item and
Yes.
possibly some public comment as well.
Yes, Herman and John, please play the video first, the mother, the child, and the picture of the man that we're honoring, and then proceed with the other video. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shauna Arachaga.
I'm Alston Arachaga, and this is my dad, Afrin Arachaga.
As you have probably learned, Afrin was killed 10 and a half, we're coming up on 10 and a half years ago, in Afghanistan. He went to and graduated from Barbara Goldman Senior High School, and we would like y'all to know that we fully support the effort to rename the street. For Afrin, he was a hero. He was. And we are going to try to attend Tuesday's meeting. I know this is going to be shown at the meeting, but we're going to try to attend it. We just don't know. We're going to be out of town, so we don't know about our cell service situation. But please, yes, we support, we encourage. If there is a dedication, we will be there. You just let us know. And is there anything you want to add?
Thank you a lot.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for honoring Afrin in any and every way you can. And whatever comes of this, it will be part of his legacy. And that's a big, oh, look at him. He's part of his legacy. So, yes, thank you. Sorry. Anything else? No? Okay. Hi, my name is Shauna Arachaga.
So we also have a mini documentary. It's a song. And then we have some public comments virtually.
He's not here for me to tell him I'm proud of him. And since I can't tell him I'm proud of him, I can tell everybody else how proud of him I am.
Sometimes I think that I can make it, but most days, well, I get by on faking, 'cause I won't let him see me cry, so I hold my tears inside. Late at night, your name is calling, and usually it's you that comes running, but there's no way you can now. I wish there was a way somehow. So I will remember you And I will hold you closer in my heart and never let you go. And there'll be days when I will cry, but no, I won't. No, I can't say goodbye. Lord, tell me how is this fair? When in his eyes I see your memory there. All the promises that we made will get erased with yesterday. Yes. So I will remember you, and I will hold you close there in my heart and never let you go. And there'll be days when I will cry, but no, I won't. Oh, no, I can't say So I will remember you, and I will hold you closer in my heart and never let you go. And there'll be days when I will cry. No, I won't. Oh, no, I can't. No, I won't. No, I can't say goodbye.
People need to be reminded, and they shouldn't forget that these men are dying for us. I'll never forget.
Vice Mayor, I see as a participant Mrs. Arechaga. As for public comments, Mrs. Siana Arechaga.
Hi. Sorry, I didn't submit. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't submit the music video, so I'm like over here crying right now. But you saw our video. Oh, hold on. They want to start the video. Okay. Hi.
Miss Arachaga, if it's any consolation, we're all crying here along with you. So there's there's not a dry eye in this audience.
But you saw our video from before, and just we support this, and we would love to see it happen. And I'm sorry, I was caught off guard. I'm so sorry. So yeah, we support it, and while we aren't local, we would love to be a part of. If this happens, you know, if there's a dedication, we'll be. Is there anything you want to say?
No.
No. Sorry. Okay, that's all.
Well,
thank you so much.
Thank you for the comment, and I think it's going to be our honor to really honor him. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, is there any additional public comments?
I believe there's another public comment for this item. I had seen the name earlier. It's a gentleman, but again, and of course, we have here with us in council chambers, Ms. Jessie, you can approach the podium. Yes, just speak to the microphone, and I think the button is on.
Okay, it turns on?
It is on. Welcome.
Yes, good evening. My name is Yesenia Gonzalez. For the record, my address is 11800 Northeast 11th Avenue, Biscayne Park, Florida, 33161. First, I want to take the moment, I know Manny's not here, that it was added to the agenda. I'll say my connection, and there are some people that are here and also online that we're hoping that you can consider the naming of the street. I'm glad that the video was brought forward. I'm actually a soldier. I graduated from Hialeah High. I went into the military in 1994, and unfortunately I had cancer, so I was medically retired, but I am proud to have served my country, and I live vicariously through my cousins. And one of them, who is actually going to also speak for public record, served with Arechaga. And I remember when he passed away and the song came about, he told me about it. And ever since then, when Memorial Day comes or Veterans Day, I just like to remind everyone about it. I want to say the year before COVID, I decided to visit him. He's part of 101st Airborne, like Arechaga, and I had the opportunity to meet his mom. And to make a long story short, because I know there's other people that want to speak, Ofren Arechaga came, and I'm sorry if I get emotional, he came from Cuba in 9th grade, and he went to school in Barbara Goldman. And being a Hialeah girl, this boundaries thing is a little confusing. So I first went to the city of Hialeah, and then I was told, no, he lived in Hialeah Gardens, but Barbara Goldman is in Miami Lakes. So I've been traveling from city to city to make sure that something happens. He went to school there, and actually one of his fellow students is here for public comment, and his uncle is also here because his mother lives close to where the the cemetery is, where he's at, and close to 101st, the Kentucky Fort Campbell base. And so, just like maybe many of us that are here, we're immigrants, our parents come here for us to have a better life. And my cousin's a jokester, just as Ofren. And he always told me, you know, and he'll speak for himself as well. He always told me he was just a jokester. And I think, as most of you, I sent the email out. There's the movie Hornet's Nest that kind of gives an idea of his story. And when my cousin would talk to me about him, it was like I kind of related to him because I know you guys are here in the city of Miami Lakes, but if you're from Hialeah, you're Hialeah proud. And when you're in the military, most people are either Puerto Rican or Mexican, and then they're like, what are you? No, we're Cuban, and we make a mark. And Ofren definitely made a mark while serving in many places that he did. And the reason I wanted to do this is because I met his mom, and they do have him on the memorial wall in Hialeah. And her and I had a conversation, and in the conversation, she said, you know, they had talked about a street. And I told her, and I've worked with some elected officials here before, whenever I say I want to do something, I try to push it forward. So I did what I know best and just communicated to everybody that I knew. I went to school with Rene Garcia, so I started off with him, and I know Marco Rubio as well. And I just started talking to different people to see how can we make this happen. I really wanted to push it because, like I said, I'm a Hialeah girl. Ofren's mom, Marta, I've got to know her, and it's just like any immigrant story. They came here. She loves her son. She knows that he sacrificed her in this country. And even though we're Cuban and proud, we are here and we're proud to be part of the United States, and she's proud that he served. So our vision, or my vision in essence, for the street is I want the street parallel to Barbara Goldman to be named in his honor, so any other kids that go to high school, kind of like me, the same story. I'm in school, I got accepted to Ivy League schools, and I couldn't afford to go. And I had to make the decision by my choice to serve the military, and it made me part of the person that I am today. And I just want any kids that are going to the school to kind of look at the street and wonder, well, you know what, that's maybe something that I can do. And I think in times that we're living right now, I don't want to make it political, there's that question of why am I serving my country, or a lot of fallen soldiers that their wives or family. No, we're here to serve, we're proud, there shouldn't be any regrets. My cousin will speak of his own for serving our country, and I appreciate you taking the time to consider allowing me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I know that there's a couple other people in the audience. In particular, I know Mr. Gary Cardenas. Anybody else wishing to speak? Please come up.
Thank you, everyone, for being here and give me the opportunity.
Name and address for
to-
the record,
My
please.
name is Doris Faxas, 5697 Northwest, 195 Terrace.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. We were friends, best friends from high school, and I have so many stories, but I'm here with my son, well, my family, just representing our friends from high school. And what I say, he was a very good friend, and he was amazing. He deserved this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Les pido disculpas porque voy a hablar en español, pero la mamá de él no habla
Señor,
inglés
el nombre y
tampoco.
dirección para...
Mi nombre es Víctor Milanés, 1014 Southwest Nueva Avenida. Soy el tío y el padrino de Ofren Arrechá. Y vengo como portavoz quizás de la familia para agradecerles a todos que hayan dedicado un tiempito a reconocer la dedicación de mi sobrino, que con los ojos cerrados entregó su corazón en este país, siendo muy joven. Y nunca dudó de dar un paso al frente. Tuvo 4 tours en Afganistán. Y nunca pensó en volver atrás. En ningún momento. Siempre adelante, tío. Y hoy no donde haya que ir. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Thank you.
Good evening. Gary Cardenas, 18510 Northwest 86th Avenue. And I just wanted to give you a little bit of background and then my experiences with the family. I never met a friend in my life. But I'll tell you this. After three deployments to Iraq, then his 4th one was to Afghanistan, which he considered to be his last, because upon his completion of that deployment, he was going to return to Fort Benning, Georgia, to become a full-time instructor at the Ranger School. He was a Ranger himself. So 25 days short from coming home, where he would find that permanent assignment. And ahead of his son's Alston 3rd birthday on March 28th, 2011, he called home and spoke to him to let him know that he would soon be home and that at that time they would hold a big birthday party for him. The following day, March 29th, 2011, he, along with 5 other members of his unit, were killed. I was with the City of Hialeah Veterans Affairs Board back in 2011, and they asked me, they said, there's this local soldier who lost his life, and we're going to add him to the Heroes Wall. And we'd like you to write a speech. And I said, sure, no problem. No sooner I got back in my car, I said, what did I just agree to? I've never met this soldier, don't know his family, don't know anything about him. So what did I do? I looked up his obituary. Everything that was there, particularly, he was the recipient of over 20 decorations, awards, and unit citations, including the Bronze Star and the Purple Heart. But here's where I got my information for my speech. It's what everyone wrote about him. Even people who never met him. His laugh was infectious. Every photo that you saw, you see his laugh, that was him, all the time, all the time. So that was my speech. That was the man. There were 2 things that happened to me on that day that hopefully the mother and Sienna are both listening, because I never told them before. Very few people know about this. At the speech, the MC was our son-in-law, Major Fernandez, now retired. And when it came time for my speech, then there was a sergeant who came in from Fort Benning or Fort Bragg. He was training to be deployed, good friend of his, Sergeant Tawada. Brought his wife and his son, who was about 3 to 4 years old as well. I didn't know about this until later, but when it came time for my speech and we finished, I called my son-in-law to accompany me to render the final salute. And there's a script for that. And when we finished, we rendered the final salute in front of his photo by the hero's wall, the photo that you saw there. When it was over, our daughter came over. She was there with our grandson, who was with the scouts. And she said, "Dad, did you hear the thunder?" I said, "What thunder?" He said, "When Hector and you were rendering the final salute, there was a thunder. And there wasn't a single cloud in the sky." Then Hector chimes in and he says, "Well, funny. I was waiting for to begin when this young kid pulls on my pants, points to the photo and says, 'I've seen him.' He says, 'What are you talking about?' Said, 'Yeah, he just went by here.'" He couldn't believe it. So I started putting the two together. And then I remember something. There was a speaker one day at the ceremony there from Southcom. When his name was called, he simply went straight in front of the wall and stood there in silence for about 1 to 2 minutes. Everyone in the audience was like, "Where's he coming from?" So was I. Then he finally turned around, comes to the podium and says, "I know you're all wondering what I was doing." And he said, "Well, you see, they're there on that wall. They can't see us. They can't speak, but they can hear us. So I was talking to them and let them know that we were here remembering them and thinking about them." So to me that day, he heard me. He heard all of us. As I'm sure that he's doing that today as well, and hoping that everyone will recognize the street and his name, and he will be forever thankful, as will his family. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe, as I stated earlier, I see the name of Miss Shannon Corbin, and I think Shannon Corbin is also public comments, but for this item. So please state your name and address for the record, and you can start your comments. And I just wanted to also, for the record, state that Mayor Sid joined the meeting a few minutes ago, and that he would like to speak on this item.
Great, thank you.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we do, sir. Good evening.
Okay. Hey, just want to let you know my name is Shannon Corbin. For the record, my address is 6515 Fluellen Road, Springfield, Tennessee, 37172. I'm a native Floridian. I was born in Bay County, grew up in Calhoun County, up in the Panhandle. I served with Offren in Afghanistan. Obviously, we know he lost his life. But when he lost his life, he was motivating his soldiers. That will always stand out to me. He was a non-native son, obviously from Cuba. And he came here to make a better life, and he became an American hero, serving honorably and losing his life for this country, for his state, for his community, for his family. Obviously, he attended school in that community and has done honor it with his sacrifice. So on behalf of myself and my family, this is more than deserved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wanting to speak on this item?
Can I just say one more thing? I'm put together now. This is Mrs. Arachaga.
Go ahead.
Okay, I just want to say thank you to everybody who's supporting this and having our son watch this. I'm sorry, let me start the video. Okay. No, so I don't think that Alston has realized how many people that his dad touched. I think he knows that, but watching this has been very, very emotional on our end, and it's been a very good lesson for him. So I just want to thank you all, everyone who spoke, and Shannon. Sorry, okay, I'm gonna keep it together. And Victor, and I love you all. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it. And we appreciate your community. Offren spoke so highly of it. He loved it there. He just chose to take his life in a very, very different direction, which involved a lot of Iraq and, Afghanistan. So just from us, thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience? I see Mayor Sid up as well. Mayor Sid, you recognized?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And back in early September, Jesse reached out to me and shared with me Offren's story, and it really, really inspired me. And knowing that he is a Gator, he is an individual who graduated from Miami Lakes' largest high school, and seeing that ultimate sacrifice that he made for our country, that he made for all of us. We're here tonight because of people like Offren, who sacrificed it all, who put it all on the line for this great country, and all of our freedoms are due to people like Offren, specifically him, who's someone from our community that made that sacrifice. So I think there's nothing more fitting than to honor him forever than having the road across from Barbara Goldman, being that he's a Gator, designated in his memory forever. And what that means for our community. Every single young person that drives that road every single morning, be it if they get dropped off early in the morning or if they're driving themselves to school, just reading his name, looking it up on Google from now and forever, and just reading that story. Who knows how many young people are going to be inspired, and more importantly, reminded of the sacrifice, the understanding that freedom is not free, and that there are Americans who've made the ultimate sacrifice, like Offren. So I know Sienna's reached out to me on Twitter. We communicated back and forth, and when I read his story, it was incredibly motivating. But I want to make a motion to officially designate the road across from Barbara Goldman Senior High School in the memory of Offren Arachaga forever here in our community.
Second. Thank you. Before we take that motion, I do see that there is one housekeeping item we need to address, which is the waiver of the rule.
Yeah, I'll move to waive section 7.2 of the special rules of order, being that this was a late filed item.
Second. The motion, there's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mayor, on to your motion.
Yeah, I just want to say one more time, I want to move to officially designate the road in front of Barbara Goldman in memory of Offren Arachaga forever here in our community, to inspire future generations and to remind everybody that freedom is not free, and that there are many people like Offren who have made the ultimate sacrifice for all of us here today.
Second. There's a motion, there's a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mayor. I do want to add one item, housekeeping related to this item. Because it involves a street naming, this item will be brought back, and there will be another opportunity to honor him again, and I think this is really what we're doing. It's our honor to honor him and honor the service that he gave this country. So it'll be an honor to honor him again when the next time this item comes up. So thank you. Next item in the order of business is public comments. Madam Clerk.
Public comments will be heard, and just for the attending public shall be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone, and to ensure always the orderly conduct and efficiency of a meeting, public
Hello.
comments
Good
will...
evening, my name is Pedro Fiallo.
Pedro, un segundito, un segundito.
Sí, no, meramente para presentar public comments, shall be limited to 3 minutes, and welcome.
Thank you.
Name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members, and the staff. My name is Pedro Fiallo, 6190 Northwest 173rd Street. The reason I'm here is to present a certificate of appreciation from the United States Coast Guard and United States Coast Guard Auxiliary to the town of Miami Lakes for the service they have given us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Fiallo. Thank you so much. Yes, if you can hand that to the clerk. And it's really us, again, that should be thanking you for your service. Thank you, sir.
So anyone who wishes to speak, please just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes. Welcome, Ms. Intron.
Esther Bonnie, Cintron, 14770 Lewis Road. Very difficult to change the subject after we just had such an emotional time. I still get choked up, but I'll try here. Good evening, council members and staff. As you know, I sometimes send you emails and often come in person to make comments. I have given a good deal of thought to what I have observed over the years. I'm here tonight to remind you that you were elected because we hoped you would always put the residents' best interest as your prime objective. I do not want to look at you like as enemies, nor do I want you to look at us as enemies. We should not find ourselves in the position of being adversaries. All of us should keep in mind the goal of keeping the quality of life as good as it can be for the whole town of Miami Lakes. This issue of promoting a massive renovation of the Optimist Park, only 30% of which belongs to us, seems to me to be serving the whims and desires of some of you and some of the residents and developers as well. But how can you think that increasing the tax burden for 9,000 plus property owners could possibly justify this project? And to hear you say that it will be put to vote by the 20,000 plus registered voters in our town only adds insult to injury. That is blatantly unfair and totally unacceptable. The vote on this bond issue must be given only to those who would have to pay for it. We do not want to see you as enemies, so please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm a little bit nervous. It's my first time that I speak. My name is Enid Lomax, and I live at 15143 Montrose Road. Good evening to everyone. Tonight, I voiced my concerns on the Optimist Park bond issue. While I understand you do not answer questions from the desk, please consider this not only public comments, but also a public records request. If the park is not owned by Miami Lakes, why are we, Miami Lakes property homeowners, being asked to pay for the proposed upgrade? Yet a general vote will allow those that are not homeowners to vote on the bond issue. How is this possible? They have no skin in the game. We know that we maintain the park, we pay for lighting, we have a clubhouse, convenient stands, art in place, parking. If I am correct in reading the budget figures, we pay close to $1 million per year for having the right to use the park through a user agreement, but I have yet to determine how much revenue does the park generate to Miami Lakes. Is it true the school board does not pay taxes for those 2 parcels of property owned at the Optimus Park? Thank you. I will send an email to the town clerk to confirm my email address to ensure that these questions are answered through a public records request. I thank you all. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Ms. Lomax.
Good evening. Esperanza Reynolds, 8465 Mendiez Terrace. Since February 2020, we have not entered Town Hall. Incredible that it is close to 2 years now. What finally got us to return? First, please consider returning to cards filled out for public comments, where we submit to you who we are, to include our address, because in today's world, where conservatives are targeted by government to provide our address through these video recorded proceedings, is becoming dangerous, and your #1 priority is our safety. Second, we stand 100% behind our town manager, Ed Peterman, and we congratulate Mayor Manny Cid for the best 2 decisions in his political career: the selection of Marilyn Durano to our council, and while not the recommendation of the town manager's selection committee, his vote for Ed Peterman. Both choices sum up to his brilliant instinct to bring best-in-class talent to lead our town into a great future. Thank you, Mayor Cid. Finally, we are here to oppose plans to renovate the Optimus Park, but we understand the vote will determine whether we approve your plans. We just want to go on record to ask that you conduct free and fair elections of qualified voters only. And what does that mean? A review of property owners on record, something easily verified through the property appraiser's office, the development of a ballot that is only sent to the holders of title, signed by all owners of title and submitted to the property appraiser's office, as there has to be acceptance of an encumbrance on our properties through non-ad valorem taxes. We shall send a certified return receipt requested to Town Hall, to the property appraiser's office, to the Department of Economic Opportunity, and to Government DeSantis. To that end, for we shall not accept that our properties be encumbered by a vote of the general register voters, as there are close to 20,000 registered voters in Miami Lakes, but only approximately 9,200 property owners, and we will be the ones that pay. And if we vote, I am sure we shall. Thank you very much for listening. It is a pleasure to see you all again. God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Anybody else in the audience?
Alex Ariano, Lake Glen Ellen. Well, here we go again. The last time the speed limit was reduced, no one on the council knew about it. The incoming and outgoing chiefs of police had no information on this. I happened to be driving down the street to Publix and saw that the speed limit had been reduced. The only person that really knew that the speed limit was going to be reduced was the town manager, Alex Ray. And he sat on it for 3 months to just allow it to happen. Now this council wants to reduce the speed limit further. Have you thought this through? You say that Coral Gables has reduced the speed limit and you want to follow suit. I tell you that I avoid places like Miami Springs. And if Coral Gables has reduced their speed, I will probably avoid them too, because that's a speed trap. This will only hurt business in Miami Lakes. People will avoid it. And I thought the council was supposed to promote business here. Also, I want to further state that I too endorse Edward Peterman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ariano.
Martha Mendez, 7,000 Glen Eagle Drive. I'm glad you pulled your item off, Councilman Rodriguez. It was the right thing to do. It was an awful suggestion. Awful. The other thing I have, you have laws, you make rules, and then you break them all the time. How many items are on the new business? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them that require waiver of the rules. Why make the rules if you're going to break them every single council meeting? Okay, I'm here. I'm glad the mayor's back, playing with with the iPhone. The mayor's suggestion, and I'm addressing this to all of you, because it's not just the mayor. The mayor is saying to create a committee, another committee, because we must have so many people that are ready to go to committees. And in section 2 of his memo to you, he says a selection committee to conduct a thorough performance evaluation of the incumbent. Have any of you gone back to 2018, which I did, and read the resolution 181578, which was a contract with the town manager? And that's very, very clear. And that affects you all. It says, section 3.1, the town council shall evaluate the performance of the town manager at least once annually within 30 days of the town manager's anniversary date. You are responsible to evaluate, not a committee. This is your job. Don't hide behind a committee. You face it.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez. Anybody else in the audience wishing to speak?
Sorry, still getting over Mita's comment. Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace. On the same issue regarding the creation of this committee, nothing precluded this council last month from evaluating our town clerk, which is one of the officials that you get to evaluate from the dais. Nothing should preclude you from doing the same for our town manager. A committee is not the answer. The responsibility lies on your shoulders, per the charter. That is what you were elected to do. Decisions have to be made. Sometimes they're difficult. Sometimes they're not. Either way, they are structured in a way that they have to be done by you and no one else. We had a committee at the beginning for the selection committee. A lot of time was spent, a lot of money was spent with that committee. People volunteered for that, highly qualified individuals. We did not go with the top choice. So do we need to really follow a committee again? No. The onus is on all of you to make that decision. I think it's time to recognize what your duties are and make sure you follow through per the charter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Luces. Anybody else in the audience wishing to speak?
Angelo Garcia, 160, 441 Northwest, 77th place. Folks, you know, Ariel Fernandez said something a little while ago that makes so much sense. we want people to trust us. We go out there and we knock on doors to be elected. And then we come across as good charmers, and people like us, and they say, you know, we're going to vote for you because we like the way you talk. But then we come up here, and you look at us as second-hand citizens. Some of you have been to Harvard. Some of you have great degrees, lawyers. I think sometimes that you know, I don't have enough times on the dais, but I wish one day you would leave me open, just like when Manny had the big coin thing. He said, you're open to talk all you want. I would give you such a great education one day on what they did to a shoe shine man in Bogota, Colombia. It was a great experience following through. They took a shoe shine man and became one of the greatest mayors of Santa Fe de Bogota. He was a shoe shine man. I don't want to insult anybody's intelligence here, folks. But Bonnie, every time she comes up here, she's an angel talking. I wonder if you guys listen to her. When Mirta comes up here and talks, I think you ignore her. And then when I come up here, you think I'm just another clown talking. Give you an example. I've reached out to several of you. Our town clerk sent each and every one of you a text, please, asking me to call you, for you to call me. There's two of you, Tony, Josh, and I won't name the rest of you. Don't return calls. He's just another call. Folks, when are you going to wake up and understand this is not about pastelitos and café con leches? This is about having integrity about yourself. And that's why I'm running. I'm so saddened to see how some of your behavior is. I think sometimes you guys need to go back and think of something that they teach in high school and college, and it's called communications. I'm so saddened every time I have to come up here and look at some of you. Do your job. That's why you're elected. You're an elected official. Do your job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Anybody else in the audience wishing to speak, or anybody else online, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have some participants. Please just unmute yourself. I see a gentleman under the name de Roberto. I see Leandra Ramos. Welcome. If you want to participate in public comments, it is now. Please just unmute yourself and welcome to the meeting. Very well. I don't see anyone participating for public comments, Vice Mayor and Mayor Sid.
All right, thank you. And seeing none in the audience, I'm going to go ahead and close public comments at this time. On to committee reports. I know we have, oh, I'm sorry. I skipped over appointments. I need the appointment list. Thank you so much. For committee appointments, we have Nancy Aguirre for Economic Development by Council Member Marilyn Ruano, Lourdes Corvo from Elderly Affairs by Council Member Marilyn Ruano, Xiomara Castillo, Elderly Affairs from Councilman Tony Fernandez, and Bill Barrimo, NSD Royal Oaks by Council Member Josh Dieguez. Those individuals that are here in the audience, if you can please stand up to be recognized.
I'll move the appointments.
I'll second.
Motion second.
Comments.
And there's comments by Councilman Dieguez.
And it's very rare to have comments, but I just wanted to let Ms. Aguirre know that your husband asked me to vote against your nomination, but I told him no. So just make sure you send him where he belongs this evening.
A motion and a second. You know, once again, we take this and thank you for the moment of levity. You are the individuals that make our community, just like many of the public speakers that are here. Thank you for your service to our community, and thank you for stepping up and volunteering your time. So thank you very much. There's a motion to second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thank you. On to committee reports. I think we have Chairman Robinson from the Cultural Affairs Committee.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, Honorable Council. My name is Neil Robinson. I have the pleasure of serving as the chair for Cultural Affairs Committee. Tonight I come before you because I have a couple of items that we need authorization from this body. Cultural Affairs is asking the town of Miami Lakes Council to authorize us to host a book reading event here with an author by the name of Ms. Neriel Kisner. She is a Cuban author who has written a book called Path to Freedom. And on November the 3rd, we would like your authorization to hold a book reading here in the chambers. It would be free to the public. She would be reading excerpts from her book. Path to Freedom is a story about a Cuban family from their beginning. This story includes a description of the ancestors, which are part of their legacy. And it tells the struggles, the suffering by the author from the 60s until 1971, when she and her family arrived here in the United States. Just to add a little more color to this book is #1 on the bestseller for Amazon. And so we would like authorization to host a book reading event here on November the 3rd. Remember, November the 3rd is a special day. That was the day that I was born, and that's my birthday. So we'd like your approval to allow us to do that, because anytime that we do an event that has not already been funded or been approved by the council, we have to come to you to ask for your authorization. So we'd ask you to consider that, please.
I'll move to approve it.
There's a motion and there's a second on the approval. Any discussion on the item? Chairman Robinson, I just have one item. You're asking for the use of town hall. Are there any budgeted funds that you're requesting for this event, or is this already within your committee budget?
It's already within our committee budget that we could move some dollars from savings from another line item. But we don't anticipate it to be less than $300 or $400 to do it.
Okay, so you're not making any requests for
No,
allocation of funds at this time?
Not for additional funds, not for additional funds.
Any further items on discussion? Yes, Councilwoman Morano.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And my question will be through the chair to the attorney. Are there any legal ramifications of us using this building to sell books?
You can, if you decide to do it, that's fine. You know, I'd have to look and see if we need, we don't need any bidding or anything like that. I mean, just, no, I don't see the issue.
I mean, I'm okay with it. I just want to make sure, since it's a municipal building, that we won't have any.
No, if you allow them to do it, that's fine. I don't see an issue.
Okay, perfect.
An issue with it. I really don't.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
We invite each of you to join us that evening. It should be a very interesting dialogue with her, and she'll be reading excerpts from the book. And she's very excited about doing it here. The next item I'd like to bring to you for your consideration and support As we now approach Hispanic Celebration Month, this town for the last 4.5 years has always celebrated Hispanic Celebration Month. Each year we make a determination because of diverse Hispanics or Latin, whichever is the appropriate terms, population, diaspora, I should say, we choose one diaspora. Several years ago, we did the Cuban community diaspora. Then, I think it was 2 years ago, we did the Colombian. This year, I am pleased to inform you that the committee, Cultural Affairs Committee, has chosen the Nicaraguan diaspora to honor them and to celebrate their rich heritage here in the town of Miami Lakes on October 23rd at 6:30 to 9 p.m. It is a great opportunity for all of us to learn about the various diverse cultures that exist here in the town of Miami Lakes. This year we will have an opportunity to savor Nicaraguan entertainment, food from one of our local restaurants, El Novilla. I think I pronounced it right. Villo. All right, thank you. And we're gonna have art, music, dance, and we're going to be able to savor the rich culture and see the various costumes of Nicaragua. We invite you on October the 23rd, again at 6:30, to join us here, and it will be a very festive evening. And again, we just simply believe that when we begin to have an opportunity to experience the various cultures, we have a deeper appreciation for each other, and we begin to be able to understand each other and work closer together and realize that we have more in common than we have in differences. And so, again, we invite you to come. October 23rd, again, 6:30 to 9:30. One other item I'd like to bring to your attention. In the fiscal year, October 1, 2020, through September 30th, 2021, was a difficult year for all of us because the COVID kept us from doing a lot of things that we wanted to do. In the month of August of 2021, an artist came to us being Cultural Affairs, and requested support and financial assistance to do a mural for the youth center here in the town of Miami Lakes. The artist agreed to do the mural pro bono. She simply asked that we provide some financial support for the paint and for a scaffold for her to stand on to paint it. Additionally, she brought in a rendering of what the mural would look like. And we were very happy because it was a very diverse group of youngsters' images that she had painted, that she was going to paint. We had at one of our meetings, a special needs committee chairperson to come and to have input into this process of painting this mural, because we wanted it to be inclusive, that every child could look at that mural and say, I can identify with one of those people up there on the mural. And it would show children in various capacity as, playing, riding a bike. And so we also wanted to make sure that the special need children images were portrayed on that mural, and youngsters who had handicaps. And so the lady's name is Miss Luz Suarez. And so the committee enthusiastically, after meeting with the other committees, enthusiastically supported funding for that. The total amount that would be needed for completing this project was $2,100. And again, because the Cultural Affairs Committee had not spent all of its allocated funds for last year, the committee voted unanimously to appropriate or to allocate $2,100 in the month of September of 2021 to do that. So I would ask you all to please consider allowing us to fund that project, because it's going to make a world of difference. When you ride by the youth center, you're going to see all these beautiful images of youngsters playing and having a wonderful time, and it will be representative of this community and this state. So I would ask you all to please consider that. Finally, recently the town of Miami Lakes has been invited by the city of Opa-locka to participate in its celebration of Hispanic Month. And I think it's Congra Vias. It is staged in the city of Opa-locka on Saturday, October the 16th, 2021 at noon. They have invited each of our commissioners and our staff and our Cultural Affairs Committee to participate. And so what they are asking, if we, the town of Miami Lake, would be interested in forming like a caravan to go over to Opa-locka, and then they will have a big celebration over there. And I believe it's Hialeah Miami Lakes Band is going to march over there, and so they wondered if the town would be interested in participating in it. So these are the three items that I asked you to please consider. And again, back to that $2,100, I think it would be spent well if you will allow us to use those dollars, which we did have, but since the new fiscal year has started, those dollars have been rolled back. But it was approved in the month of September before the end of fiscal year. Any question? You have me, sir?
No, thank you, Chairman Robinson. While you were speaking, I know the town attorney came and whispered something in my ear, and wanted to give him an opportunity to chime in.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor. One of the things that this council passed was with regards to committees, that anytime a committee is asking for money, they need to provide you the backup and so that you can deliberate and understand the decision you're making as far as the fiscal impact that could have and where the monies are coming from. And that was part of something that was important to you, so that also the community would have an understanding of these funds. So while a lot of what the chair has discussed is informational in nature, and that's fine, the part with the budgetary, you should consider only with backup information.
Thank you, town attorney. Chairman Robinson, as per the instructions of the town attorney, one of the things that we don't have in our agenda is where those $2,100 coming from, right? I know that's the request that you're making at this time of us.
Those funds are coming from this year, last year, 2021 budget. We recognize that our new fiscal year begins October 1, 2021. The item was approved in September of 2021. We have a considerable amount of dollars that was left over from that fiscal year. So we were simply asking that those $2,100 be made available to get this mural painted, and that's all. So it was done before the end of the fiscal year. I spoke to the manager about it, and he said he was going to look into it and see what he could do to see if it could happen.
Yeah, but, I guess to the Vice Mayor's point, it needed to have been included in this so that they can know and have it before them, because anything financial, right, that's been the new direction from the council. It needs to be given to them as, in advance, so they can ask questions, they can speak to the staff. What we can do, council, is this money, if this council so chooses, if you give us direction, we could include those $2,100 in the carry forward amendment that would come in January. Instead of it all flowing and being available, we'll predetermine that $2,100 carry forward could be allocated to the cultural affairs. But that's, if you give us direction, then he could use funds that he has currently available. Those funds, Chairperson, will not be available until January or February when we come with the carry forward amendment. But If the council gives us authority to include it, obviously there's a risk. You'll have to reallocate it from within your budget now, and then they'll give it back to you in January. That's,
To put us in the proper posture for discussion, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to entertain the item and bringing it back at a later date as a carry-forward amendment.
Second.
Any further discussion from the council?
Vice
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes.
I don't know who. Vice Mayor.
I'll go, left to right.
Well, I guess I'll take a stab at it, which is, Mr. Chair, the only item that was noticed to us is the book reading. And this has been a recurring issue that I've seen with some committees where, things pop up at the last minute, and then, we're expected to make a decision without any information. I have no rendering as to the mural, what it's going to look like. I take your word for it that it's a nice rendering, but I haven't seen it. It's not up here on the dais tonight. So I'm going to support the motion, obviously with the expectation that we're going to see that rendering, in advance. Because obviously I want to know what it is that we're voting on, when we finally have to make an up or down approval of it or not. But I just, again, and I understand some things may pop up last minute, but I do think that, again, knowing that you passed this in, or the committee more specifically passed this back in September, and it was going to be discussed here at the October meeting, I think that information needs to be provided well in advance. Moving forward, whenever any other budgetary request may arise or any other item arises, when there's sufficient time. When was the last meeting that you all had?
September 21st, I believe it was.
Okay, so between the 21st and today, the 12th, I think that's ample opportunity for the committee liaison or whoever is responsible for that in the committee to provide that information in advance. So I want that to be our modus operandi moving forward, because this is starting to become a recurring issue for me that I'm not crazy about. So that's my input.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. I think Councilman Fernandez, did you have some remarks?
Yes. So my thoughts are similar to that of Councilman Dieguez, with one little wrinkle. I definitely agree. I think we should have had the benefit of having the rendering and knowing about the cost beforehand. I'm not crazy about having to wait to January. I think one of my biggest frustrations with government is that we tend to drag things out indefinitely, and I think if we know, if we can ask the chair to come back at the next council meeting in November with the information that we're asking for, I think we should either move forward with it or not at that moment. But I don't see the point in waiting until January to then forming a bit. But by the time the thing's painted, it's November. So in the interest of time, I would request that the chair bring it back in November for us to make a decision one way or another at that time.
Thank you. Good point, Councilman Fernandez. Anybody else? My only point was maybe it doesn't even have to come out of committee budget. And I know we have Art in Public Places funding. I didn't know if there was any available funding through Art in Public Places. I think that might be another opportunity where maybe we don't have to wait till the carryover is there. So that was my only question to the manager. If you can look into Art in Public Places.
We will.
if there-
What I'll do is I'll ask the liaison for the committee to work with our budget officer and see. Now, when I said that the carry forward amendment, which would happen in January or February, that would be the formality. Obviously, if this council says, we're going to approve it, I'm sure that you're not going to go back on your word. If you do it in November and tell the committee, move forward with the event, and we're approving it, you're not going to go back in January or February, with that amount. We'll bring it to you already cooked with that amount designated for the committee in January.
I think that's another workaround, Mr. Robinson. You can kind of already, in the next meeting, already having a dip into the funds of another event, and then with the intent that we'll replenish that in the January meeting.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Mayor, let me ask a question.
Sure.
I just need clarity in terms of how we move forward. I'm simply asking that those dollars that were available to us from October 1, 2020 to September 30th of 2021. Those dollars that were left, those were the dollars that we were going to try to make the $2,100 available to them. I do not, and I ask that you all please do not move I think our budget is $39,500. Don't take the $2,100 out of this year's budget. This was something that was approved in last year's budget. And if I can also add is that, you know, there's been a lot of change in staff here because a lot of new people came in and they're doing an excellent job. So somehow the ball kind of got dropped and they couldn't get all the information to the manager for his approval and to move the process forward. So we are, you know, again, Councilman Diegues, I certainly support what you're saying. We don't try to do things haphazardly. We try to look down the road and then make some determination. But also recognize in the month of September and August, it was very hard to get quorums for our committee meetings because people just were afraid to come out because at that time, I believe that the town had made a decision that we could all start coming back here as opposed to doing Zoom meetings. And so I tried to have 2 meetings in the month of September, and it was just very difficult to get a quorum. So that's what the issue. But I thank you all so very much for your consideration and your support in this matter, and we look forward to bringing the rendering, and we would have the artist here at the next appropriate date that you deem appropriate to have her here so that you can see the rendering and we go forward with it. I thank you so very much for your consideration.
Thank you. And on the last item, I believe we were already, yes, I'm sorry, Councilman Rano and Councilman Alvarez.
No, I mean, I'm with Councilmember Fernandez. I'd rather see us come before us, put the information, the request. We move around money sometimes. I don't see why we can't discuss this, and the only thing is put the item in for the November council meeting and provide the rendering and bring it back to us, and we can discuss and make a decision, and the manager can work through how to reallocate funds from the prior year from the reserves or whatever. They can talk through that.
Well, we look forward to working with your capable staff. We've always worked well with them, and we'll certainly be happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe the third item, which is the attending of the parade, I think that's already been placed on our calendar. At least I remember receiving an email, so that item's already in the works. So thank you.
Thank you again. Have a great evening.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, did you have any remarks on this item?
No, I'm definitely in favor of it. I know our neighboring city reached out to us, and I appreciate the Culture Affairs Committee for getting on it immediately. And I know there's going to be schools from our community and a lot of different folks participating. I think it's always great when communities come together to do great things.
Thank you again.
Thank you. So there was a motion. The item was discussed. Can you repeat the motion? I want to make sure that we're moving the correct item.
Vice Chair, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, I believe it was to bring back the item next month because it was amended by Councilmember Fernandez, to ask the chair if it would be possible to bring this item back in the November regular council meeting.
I think we need to memorialize that as a formal motion. I think it was just discussed, but if that's the motion, I'll second it.
So there's an amended item. There's an amendment to the item by Councilman Fernandez, seconded by Councilman Rodriguez, to bring back that item in November. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. Thank you. On to the consent calendar. I know there was 2 items that were pulled from consent. 10B and 10C.
Correct.
10B, I think, was pulled by Councilman Alvarez. Councilman Alvarez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor, real quick, and I apologize, Councilman Alvarez. I know I couldn't log on earlier, but I meant to pull an item as well from consent. I was going to pull item G from consent. I don't know if that was done, but I would definitely like to pull that just to ask a couple questions on the record.
So, Mayor, let's put us in proper form. I'm going to go ahead and reopen the order of business. Is there a motion? I'm motioning to reopen the
Motion.
order of business.
Second.
Motion.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You said 14G, jurisdictional transfer of 77th Court?
10G.
10G.
I'm sorry, 10G, yes.
Mr. Vice Mayor, you want me to
Yes.
read 10B, the item you're on now?
I'm sorry?
You want me to read 10B, the item you're on now?
No, we're just on the order of, reopening the order of business. And is there any other items from consent anybody else would like to pull at this time?
I'm going to go ahead and pull 10E while we're here.
10E as an echo is being pulled as well. Any other items, not necessarily on consent, but just anything else in the order of business? Going once, going twice?
I'll move to adopt the order of business as amended.
Motion, there's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Motion passed unanimously. Back to item 10B.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, authorizing work order number 3 to ADA Engineering pursuant to contract 2015-72 in an amount not to exceed $139,548.63 for professional engineering services for Canal Bank Stabilization Project, Phase 3, modifying the budget approved by ordinance number 21-285, modifying the budget line items, authorizing the town manager to implement the terms and conditions of the contracts, authorizing the town manager to expend budgeted funds, authorizing the town manager to execute the work orders, providing for incorporation of recitals, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Councilman Alvarez, I believe you're the one who pulled this item. Floor is yours.
Yes. So I had a conversation with the manager and the deputy manager this morning. A couple of things that I wanted to just discuss on the dais. So this that's coming before us is to approve for $140,000 just to design the canal bank stabilization that we already know what it looks like. So in my common sense head, they want us to approve $140,000 to design something that we already know what it looks like. That doesn't include labor, that doesn't include materials, that doesn't include the scope of work, just design. So I brought up to the manager that, and again, maybe my lack of knowledge of how government works, but then at the same time, we're still waiting for a pedestrian traffic light to be installed on Montrose. So my common sense tells me $139,000 to design for something that we already knows what it looks like, and at the same time, we're gonna pay for a design where there's already been flaws, right? So we've made adjustments to a stabilization project that was approved in the past that showed flaws because of erosion. My other question, is this something that could be bidded out as a turnkey project where the designer is the individual, the vendor that does the scope of work, that does the installation, that purchases the material, et cetera. So Tony Lopez mentioned that there's two ways of doing this, and one, you can pay for a design separate, and then you can bid out the process, of which I want the council to know that I think it's very important that when they bid this out, it's probably in our best interest not to award this to the vendor that created issues in the past for this town with the canal bank stabilization. Or two, bid this out as an entire project. I just can't fathom in my head $139,000 to design something that I walk by and I look by. And the manager explained they have to measure and this and that. And I've gone through bidding processes, and there's turnkey and there is this way. So I wanted to have a discussion with my colleagues, knowing that we've had this issue with this canal bank stabilization. If you are in favor of moving forward with this same type of design, whether it be $139,000 just for design without scope of work, or bidding this out as a turnkey project where the vendor is the designer and the one that does the scope of work, or do you want to have the risk of losing the uniformity, right, of these little cubbies that they've placed there, and just, again, it won't be uniform, but having concrete, cement, that may put us in a position not to have an issue, again, like the one that reoccurred with the past projects with the past vendor. So it's kind of I know it's a lot. So one is, do we all feel comfortable for $139,000 just for design and engineering? Two, would we rather combine that and bid that out as one, the designer, engineering, and the scope of work bidding that out for a price? And the other part is that, do you want to keep that uniformity of the canal bank stabilization where we've had issues and we've had to bring back, and we know it's taken forever because we know everything takes a while, there's a process, and do something concrete, cement, that will not look uniform, but maybe a different proven solution that we already know what's happened in the past with this type of design.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. Any other comments? Any other remarks? Councilman Rodriguez?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Acosta, could I ask you to come up and answer a couple questions? Because Councilman Alvarez, I had many of the same concerns during my meeting with the town manager. And some of them were answered, so I'd like to maybe put some of that on the record. Mr. Acosta, in your experience, the design phase, and I understand what Councilman Alvarez is concerned about. We've already designed this twice. In your experience, 130,000, is that less than what we paid for the design? Are we getting some sort of break for these design engineers designing this third phase in essentially the same manner that they designed the first two?
The council member, the design of phase 3 is essentially very similar to the phase 1 and phase 2, right? We're using the same product. In terms of the fee, I mean, I have broken down the fee for all the tasks that I have to do through the design. I'd be willing to explain that further. The fee is not very different than what they charge for phase 1 and phase 2. And these are, in fact, the rates, this contract goes back to 2015. So even the rates have been, we're using a contract from 2015, so the rates are, haven't changed, so we're taking advantage of that right now versus, going with a new vendor, and who knows what those rates will be in today's market. But the work order amount is very similar to what was charged for phase 2.
For phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 2. And the second point that he brought up, which was also one of my concerns, is if this is the design that we used for phase 1 and phase 2 and we had issues, my understanding is that those issues were contractor related and not necessarily design related. Could you speak to that issue for us, please?
Yeah, sure. The phase 1 and phase 2, there were some areas that definitely experienced some erosion on heavy rains. A lot of those, on phase 2 in particular, we changed the material that we were using at the beginning. I mean, the material that was placed there was the material that was specified in the plans, but they made some changes. But those issues happen sporadically. I mean, it's not the entire project that was experienced those flaws. I mean, on phase 1, yeah, there was some remediation that had to be done after that project was done, and Irma came and all that, and there was some washout of some of that sand from the pockets of those. I mean, there's water that rushes out of the properties as well, that sometimes when they were building it, the sod, it was not resodded, they had exposed soil, and when it rained, water coming out from the properties over the canal bank, so a lot of that caused some issues. But we have, I think overall the project has been very successful. There has been some issues. I think I spoke with Doral. Doral is doing the same type of product. And I spoke with their public works director probably when phase 2 was going on, and they experienced, some issues like that. So it's not uncommon to have some maintenance that will have to be done on that canal face, on the face of that bank periodically.
Right. And what about the issue of having it be a turnkey as opposed to a designed and then bid out
I mean, that's always an option. I mean, that is a procurement methodology. There's offers some benefits to it. And there's pros and cons to going with a design bid or with going with a bid, design bid. There's always some benefits to it. On this project, we did not consider that. We know that, and one of the reasons why we didn't consider that is we have been successful, of course, with phase 1 and phase 2 getting state appropriations for the construction phase. So while this project is on the bond program, if we design it and we reapply again to the state appropriation, know that we were successful for phase 1 and phase 2, then we could fund it that way and then use the bond money to continue to do other stormwater projects. Versus if we go with a design build now, we'll have to, we're committing those funds. And this phase it's pretty long, so it'll be construction dollars wise, it'll probably be a little bit over what we've spent on phase 2. So I mean, that's some of the considerations why we went with the current approach.
Understood. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Any further comments? Councilwoman Morano.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wanted to add, I appreciate Councilmember Alvarez pulling this item. I wanted to add some of the experiences that I had with phase 2 during when we completed phase 1. I know that after the fact, there were some erosion issues in phase 1, and as a matter of fact, we had to redo the bottom tiers so that we wouldn't lose those. So we had to go back in and correct that. But during the construction of phase 2, there were a significant amount of issues. I remember working with Carmen Olazabal on that extensively. And one of the things that was commented to me was that there was only one company that had put in a bid for that project. And that was the first project that company was doing using this system, this Cubby system. So there were a lot of issues that came about because the company was inexperienced in installing the product. And in the end, even though we didn't go above budget, we did lose linear footage of the project. The project should have been much bigger, but we had to cut back on the project to be able to come within budget. So that, to me, is not coming in within budget. Is that the same company that's bidding on this part, that we expect to do this particular project? I mean, I know that I'm maybe getting ahead of myself, but I remember that at that moment, the problem was that no one else would come in and do the project. The company that did phase 1 did not want to come back and do phase 2 because they had extensive issues. So looking forward, and I think that Councilmember Alvarez has, very important points that he just made. Looking forward, I just want to make sure that we don't fall into that problem again, where we have a company that's inexperienced, that's learning how to install something and using our project to learn. It did cost us a lot of time, a lot of heartache, and a lot of money, because now phase 3 will be bigger and more expensive because phase 2 wasn't completed properly. There should have been more linear footage completed in phase 2. So moving forward, what would we consider, aside from the questions that Councilmember Alvarez brought about, doing this turnkey or having it, designed first? I understand your point about designing it first and perhaps adding it to our legislative priorities to see if the state will fund it. But moving forward, how would we tackle, who's going to come in and do this? Because I really don't want to fall into the same rabbit hole again. I feel like every time that there's a contract issue, we get the short end of the stick. There's never anything in our contract that kind of protects us, and it's always the vendor that comes in that kind of gets, to get paid, even though the project is not done properly. So moving forward, do we have any other possibilities of any other companies that are installing products like these?
Councilwoman Ruano, one of the things that we will definitely look at is the contract and the qualifications that were put in place when that construction bid went out. We're definitely going to tighten that up to make sure that we have more reference, have a greater qualified firm that has done these projects before and have a more lengthy experience with this type of project. So definitely that should be able to get you more qualified contractors to do the project.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. And if we don't get that, if we don't have anyone come in and bid, off the bat for something like that, I would like us to put it out to bid again. I would hate to just go with the only person that comes forward, because it didn't really do us any good in the past.
Actually, before we continue, I believe there was a request made of the clerk to reopen public comments. There was a member of the public that wanted public comments reopened. Does anybody want to entertain a motion to reopen public comments?
Sure, I'll move to
I'll
reopen
move it.
public comments.
Yeah.
There's
Second.
a motion by Councilman Rodriguez and supported by Councilwoman Rano. Public comments are reopened at this time. Is anybody from the public wishing to speak on this particular item?
Do I need to give my address again one more time? Okay. As you all know, this project has been dear and close to my heart since day one, since I've been there. As we have the manager on the tele-sky here, I remember clearly bringing him out to my house and telling him that this was broken before it was even done. I just had the vision. I saw that that company that we brought was doing exactly as Councilwoman Marilyn wanted. They were actually experimenting and piggybacking, or just experimenting with our money. I knew it was broken before it was even done. But Carlos brought something up very, very clever that just came to my mind. I think that if we would, I told the mayor at the time, to consider of doing the whole project with that stamped concrete, which is a sample. You have that sample down on 171 and 79th Street at those ends there. It's there. That could resist every blast that they have, and you're not going to crack it. But if we continue to do that same project that we're doing on phase 1 and phase 2, and now we go to phase 3, we're throwing our money away. And by the way, that $139,000 that we're saying that we want to spend now with this engineer, I'm willing to bet you that I'll go to the closest university, whether it's FIU or it's Florida Career College, and I'll talk to a professor, and they could do that. They can get one of their brightest students with AutoCAD. He could probably do that in a couple of days and cost us, Zippo. No 139. I don't know where, why? They'd be willing, some university would be willing to give that to us and donate that. So forget about that one. We've already spent the money before. Why are we giving it to them again? So why I wanted to come up here was something that Carlos, turned my light on here to fix this problem. Making it on phase 3, making it with those concrete. No, that would look, unaesthetic. We need to continue with the static. But I think that what we need to do is all the way at the very, very bottom, 2 tiers, we can do the concrete all the way around, and that would hold it falling down. Because if we do it the same way, every time we get a blast, we're just going to keep losing the material, because phase 2 is already broken, and who's to say phase 3 might be running in that same direction. So let's be very careful on how we're going to do this moving forward. Thank you for reopening public comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Anybody else from the public wishing to speak? Public comments are closed again. Thank you. I believe the manager was going to say something into the record.
Let Carlos address those issues that I was going to address. He's much more capable of that.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Acosta.
Manager. Two more things that I wanted to address, and it has to do with the erosion. One has to do with the erosion. As we experienced during the phase 2, there's a lot of water that is coming out of the properties. In fact, there's actually one property out there that broke through to get its irrigation pipe through the web right now. And others have put pipes, have dug up the top of the canal bank. It's something that we've had to deal with constantly, and that issue has created a lot of erosion problems. So that's one. Second, back in 2015, the town did pay a geotechnical firm to do soil studies and other things. Among the things that they would have to do is they had to evaluate other options, and they looked at cement bags, riprap, seawalls, the GeoWeb that is in there, the articulated blocks, the gabions, synthetic turf mat. So they looked at different options. They actually picked the 3 that they thought was the most appropriate, and they did slope stability analysis and all that. And at the end, the recommendation was to do the GeoWeb material. I mean, riprap would have required the town to put a lot of more bedding material inside the canal, which would now affect the capacity of the canal. There was all the permitting issues with, say, with Durham and South Florida. So the one, and looking back at what Doral had done, which had used a similar material, the decision was made at that time to use the GeoWeb. But what they did look at other types, but construction cost, labor intensive. Some of the other options were very labor intensive, and in the room that you have there, it's very limited. It's not like you can access that from the non-water side. So this material was the one that, but we definitely learned a lot from phase 1 and phase 2. We'll tighten up the contract specs and to make sure we increase the qualifications there. On phase 2, we did added the first 2 or 3 layers. They were concrete, and then we started putting the soil. So we started phase 2 making improvements from phase 1, and now we've got a lot of lessons learned, and we'll tighten up for phase 3.
Is there anything that we can do? And I do remember that there were significant issues with the homeowners draining out into and breaking through not only the GeoWeb, but also the top layer, which is the sod, which is what kind of keeps everything compact together. Is there anything that we can do with regards to those homeowners? I know that you've been out there and you've spoken to them personally. Is there anything that we can do with regards to fining of some sort to keep the homeowners from doing that? Because every time that they break that system, we have to repair it.
We've spoken with them. I don't, in terms of from the public works standpoint, there isn't right now anything that we could, I don't know if there's anything from a code or, I mean, we brought this issue up to the county to kind of, it's their canal at the end of the day, and, if they should get a permit to even put that pipe over there. To see how we can address those things. I mean, some of the residents have, taken the pipe and just laid it over, which that's fine. It's the ones that just want to dig it underneath and break through it. So it's had the
That's something
problems.
that I guess as a council we need to consider, because if that's going to continue to be a problem, we need to address
Yeah,
that.
council member, what we'll do is we'll be proactive and enhance our communication with the homeowners prior to start of the project. So we'll provide them information about what they can and cannot do and what the project consists of, and make sure that that at least they're aware. So if they do it, they'll be doing it with their eyes wide open. So, and with regard to one of other Councilmember Alvarez's concerns, even though the actual GeoWeb, in other words, the concept is identical to phase 1 and 2, other than the concrete in the first couple layers that Carlos mentioned, every stretch of land is unique, right? So the amount of soil, the backfilling, it's all going to be unique to that stretch of land. They're not only going to design, they're going to provide us with the plans, right? We need the plans to be able to pull the permits from Durham. Durham will not issue permits without us providing the design and the specs and the plan. So a lot of that is what this firm is going to provide for us, is the ability to get this permitted to be able to conduct the work. And remember, I just want to keep it all in perspective. This item here is strictly on the design. So the lion's share of the issues happen during the construction phase. So we will take, and like Carlos mentioned, we will take a more proactive stance on making sure that the eventual developer or contractor that does the construction phase will be somebody who's vetted, and make sure that that part is done with more diligence.
I do have 2 questions, and I guess if Mr. Acosta can address these. In the previous items that we had approved legislative budget request, were these services included as part of the legislative budget request, the design services?
For the canal bank stabilization?
Correct.
No, I don't remember that in the last, I think we focused more on the last one on the actual drainage improvements within the communities. I don't remember if the canal, I don't have the list in front of me.
My question was, here we're taking money out of stormwater fee. right? We're taking approximately $140,000 to pay for this service. We're also saying we're going to find out if the legislature can approve this as a line item.
For construction.
For construction.
That was my
Yeah.
question. When the legislature approved this last time, were design fees included in the scope?
Do you remember, Carlos? Or was it just construction?
I don't believe the design fee was included.
I just don't want to be
believe-
premature and approve
I don't believe.
the expenditure of 140,000 if the state if this is a possibility that the state reimburses for the project. So that was my concern. I didn't want to put the cart in front of the horse and say we're going to find out if the state can pay us back, but then at the same meeting award the $140,000 for design services. So I wanted to find that out before I can.
Right, but remember, and even if it was or it wasn't, if you prefer, and like Carlos stipulated, the design phase is several months, right? So the state legislative session won't be until January and February. So we may not know the outcome until March. And maybe we get awarded, maybe we don't. So between now and March, if we fund this through stormwater, we will already be months and months way ahead of the curve. And what I would ask is, before you take a final vote on this, if somebody from the council would consider an amendment to direct staff to reopen legislative priorities, to add the construction phase to our legislative priorities, and then we'll work with our lobbyists to modify and submit the appropriate applications to include this for construction.
I'd like to, for that to, Councilman Alvarez, did you make a motion on this item?
No, I didn't make a motion.
So I'm going to make a motion just on the legislative budget side, just to make sure that it's included as part of our request, and then make sure that if there's any additional.
Second.
So there's a second.
I'm sorry, are you including the design in that motion or just the construction?
I'm including that we request this money for design and construction from the legislature, right? But you know, in absence, I realize what the manager's saying. It's let's pay for the $140,000 up front to kind of get the ball rolling. I just don't want to premature. I want to exhaust the possibility, or at least find out if it wasn't paid for, if design services were not part of that LBR last time, then you know I don't mind moving forward with the same process that we used before, and maybe that was the in-kind that we provided. I don't know. I don't know I'm not intimately knowledgeable about that, but I would like to have that knowledge beforehand of how we did it last time.
Right.
But
Now-
as I understand, a point of clarification, your current motion is simply to amend the legislative priorities list to include construction funding for
design.
Phase 3.
And design.
And the design.
Oh, and design. Okay.
Now, I don't know if that compromises the fact that then is this item, you're considering pulling this item and just waiting, or moving forward? And if we fund this through this source, through the stormwater bonds, I don't know if that'll compromise our standing at the state. If, you know, then it may be considered supplanting that we already have it funded and now we're looking for. So, you know, we can probably ask and try and get both design and construction, and so long as it doesn't compromise the application. And we'll find that out before we apply.
Correct. I was thinking of moving in tandem tracks to not delay the project, but at the same time put us in the best position possible. I think Councilman Rodriguez, Councilman Dieguez.
Not on this item. I'm in favor of your item. I had one more issue to discuss.
What I would remind you, though, Mr. Vice Mayor, is that the state appropriations rules have changed slightly from years past, where, if I remember correctly, now they're only funding up to a certain amount. So there may still be a certain charge that we have to incur regardless, because, again, before, it was kind of like we can fund your project completely, whatever. Nowadays, if I recall correctly, the House at least has modified their rules a bit to fund only up to a certain amount. I don't remember if it was 50% or something like that, but I just want to throw that out there.
And that's why I want to give the manager the flexibility, not to hold him back, but give him the best flexibility to keep us in the best position possible.
If I can, Vice Mayor, I just got a text from the grants manager, Renee. She said that Phase 2 did include in the 1 million design fees.
Yeah, again, I just want to make sure that we're trying to put ourselves in the best position possible, but at the same time give us enough flexibility to not delay the item. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Councilman Rodriguez.
Yep. Mr. Costa, I had one more question on the fees. There's an item here when you have the fee breakdown in the agenda. There's a post-design services hourly rate. Can you explain what kind of services they'd be providing? Because it has a not to exceed 38,000, which is why we get up to that 139 number. In your experience, what does that entail, and is there anyone on our staff that can maybe mitigate some of that use of the hourly fees from the design firm?
Yes, council member. The post-design services, we always include that in every work order because the post-design services are services that are related to engineer record type. So for example, if there's an RFI that they need to clarify on the design or the construction plans, if there's any change order, if there's any material that perhaps the contractor wants to modify the rock for something, anything that has to deal with the actual design work, then we keep that engineer on staff on the contract so that he can make those clarifications. And then periodically visit the site, maybe once a week or something. But the actual, as we did for phase 2, we had those same services, but in-house staff then supplemented with the day-to-day type of inspections. But in other work orders, they have to review shop drawings and different product submittals that the designer needs to approve that say this meets the design intent. And that's what those post-design services are. And that's why they're an hourly not to exceed. So, we may not use all of that. It's just a cap.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman, and thank you, Mr. Costa. Any other remarks on this item?
Carlos, all I ask is, when you begin working with the engineer design, make sure that you're adamant about the flaws. Perhaps like a suggestion by one of the residents that were made to put more support on the base and the bottom, understanding the impact of blasting, understanding the issues with erosion, understanding the issues of water coming from homes. So I would like to see a design come back to us that is still uniform but shows a significant strength in the base of this design. Because at the end of the day, we'll be voting in favor of this, but we also get the finger pointed at us that we didn't do our part. So I have trust in you. I just wanted to be clear that when you work with them, just make sure they put a stronger base on the design to be able to support this, and again review that with the design engineers, and be clear in communication of all the issues we faced. And that's the risk that you run when going with a design engineer and then bidding it out to a contractor, because then we don't want to put ourselves in a situation where one is pointing the finger at the other. Well, it's a design flaw, and then the designer saying and the engineer saying it's a construction flaw. So just make sure that you're clear and you can communicate that and articulate that of all the issues we've had in the past and the blasting, so we don't get put in this situation in the future again.
Council member, acknowledge, we've had that conversation with the designer as we were developing the new, so we touched on all those points when we were putting the proposal together to include a lot of those things that we have learned already from the other projects. So that will definitely be part of the design process and review.
And one last thing, because Councilwoman Rana mentioned it, if only one person bids on, one contractor bids on this project, can you share that with us? Because we want to make sure that we don't award this bid to the company that did this in the past to put ourselves in this situation. So if you bid it out on one person and it's that vendor, let's have a conversation with the council and the mayor on the dais to see what next steps we want to take moving forward.
Acknowledge.
Thank you. Item 10C. I don't recall who pulled it.
That was me.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Okay, Councilman Fernandez, floor is yours.
All right, this one should be short and sweet. So, during my briefing with the manager, and going over the scope of this contract, one of the things that's included in the contract is testing of the lake water. And so I just wanted to put it on the record to request that when that testing of the lake water happens, that test data be immediately shared with the corresponding HOAs if there are one. So this is it's for HOAs. Just wanted to put it on the record that, you know, when that test data comes back, we disseminate it to the appropriate HOAs to avoid, you know, duplicate testing, or, you know, maybe the HOAs want to shift their testing schedule so that, you know, one happens, you know, in the first half of the year, the other one happens in the second half of the year. But it would be a shame to, you know, to for the residents to pay for the same, essentially the same test twice.
Will do.
Thank you, Councilman Fernandez. And yes, absolutely. I think they are the original P3s, right? The partners with us in the maintenance of our community. So, and I know we have Larry Borman here that is very well versed in lake maintenance with his HOA. So sharing information, I think, is a great comment. Thank you, Councilman Fernandez. Anything else on that particular item? Hearing none, moving on to 10E. Councilman Rodriguez.
It was actually pulled by Councilman Dieguez.
Okay, we'll move on, and well, he's not here for either one of the two items, and I believe
Vice Mayor?
No, I believe the mayor pulled 10G.
Vice Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Question,
I believe that these items that you've pulled, you got to vote on each one individually, and then you'll vote on the rest of the consent agenda.
There was no motion to amend the items, but since they were pulled, I guess we'll entertain the motion at this moment in time. So it's item 10C.
You lost quorum.
Yeah, we don't have.
1, 2.
No, actually, oh no, the mayor can't count for a quorum. His vote counts, but not count for a quorum.
If the Sergeant at Arms can go ahead and locate the missing council members. Yeah. Well, let's do the following. Let's take a 2-minute recess and reconvene in 2 minutes.
We do have quorum.
No, we can't.
2-minute recess, and we'll reconvene in 2 minutes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Also, Vice Mayor, I would, since you guys took a break and now you're back here, just take a quick attendance.
Okay,
Constitute
so-
quorum and then go forward.
So let's go ahead and do a roll call again.
Okay. Councilmember Alvarez,
Present.
Councilmember Diegues. Not present, okay. Councilmember Fernandez,
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Present.
Councilmember Ruano,
Present.
Vice Mayor Collazo,
Present.
Mayor Sid,
Present.
Vice Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you so much. So going back, as per the manager's suggestion, 10B, we did make an amendment to it.
I'll
but
move
now
it
you're
as
saying
amended.
to pass the item in its totality.
I'll move it as
Second.
amended.
There is a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
On to item 10C, which is the contract for Aquagenics. There was some discussion by Councilman Fernandez. I don't believe that there was any motions made.
I'll move it.
but there's a motion now for
Second.
the item. There's a second. Who moved the item?
I did.
Councilman Rodriguez. Second was Councilman Fernandez. All's in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes unanimously. On to item 10, well,
We were gonna skip
G,
E.
because we're waiting for Councilman Diegues to come back. 10G, I believe the mayor pulled the item. Mayor?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Is Director Costa there? I know he was up on the podium there for a little bit, but I had a couple questions for our Public Works Director on this item.
We'll get him. We'll get him. He's not here in the chamber at this moment, but we'll go get him.
Got it. So I'll just go through, while he's walking to the chamber, I'll just go through some of the thought process on this. When I saw this item come up, I know we had discussed this back then as well. I'm in full favor of seeing these roads transfer over to the town. My main questions that I'm going to be asking our director, it's in reference to long-term maintenance, right? It's like 87th and 67th Avenue, you know, right now we're benefiting from the county maintaining those, and they're gonna do a full resurfacing of 67th. They did it on 87th this year, but when it comes to these roads from FDOT, us bringing them over, you know, what is the long-term outlook on maintenance for some of these? Do we have it? And the reason I'm bringing it up, because I saw the long list of infrastructure needs that we talked about a couple meetings back. And when I saw that list, I just didn't want this road now to be added onto that list. And that was my main thing. I wouldn't want to take over the jurisdiction of a road and then just add it onto a needs list that might never get there, you know, knowing that there's dozens of other roads that need resurfacing, repaving, and proper maintenance. So that was going to be my main conversation or question to our director. I don't know if he's walked back into the chamber.
Yeah, he's there.
or not.
Go ahead and ask him the questions, Mayor.
Director Acosta's here at the podium now, Mayor.
So Director Acosta, like I said, I voted for this in the past. I'm in favor of taking over some of these roads that FDOT has. But what I don't want to see is that some of these roads get put on our needs list, right? Or they get put on, you know, adding another number, whatever it may be, to a needs list that we might never get to, which is a real reality. And I just, from your perspective, what's the condition of that road? Do you see the need for maintenance in the near future? Do you see the need to put that road on that needs list? Because if it is going to go on that list, I might have some second thoughts on taking jurisdiction over that road.
Mayor, that's a good concern, and when this whole process started, myself and some of my other staff, we actually personally, walked the entire route. And so the asphalt is in good condition, the guardrail, the signage along the site, or the pavement markings, so we don't foresee any, any maintenance that needs to be done, in the near future on it.
Got it. Based on your explanation now in your testimony, I'm gonna vote for this item. But yeah, that was my main concern. I wouldn't want to see this get back on there. But based on what you just said, it's not going to be on that list of needs anytime near, in the future. So I appreciate that, Director. And with that being said, I want to make a motion to approve item 10G.
Second.
Sorry, motion by Mayor Sid, second by Councilman Dieguez. Any further discussion on this particular item? Councilwoman Morano.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. In my, previously when we approved this, I voted no on it for that same reason that the mayor's bringing up. Although there isn't anything that is needed at this time, there will eventually be maintenance necessary and eventually repaving and whatnot. And for some reason, even when we have these roads transferred over to the town, we still have to work in conjunction with these other agencies to get anything installed on the roads for signage, so to me, I don't see any benefit to the town. I'll be voting no on it again today. I discussed it with the manager earlier in our briefing. I just wanted to put my comments on the record.
Thank you, Councilwoman Morano. Any other discussion on this particular item?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor,
Councilman Fernandez.
I'm along the same lines as the councilwoman. I too voted against it the last time. I just don't see, while the maintenance need is not immediate, it will eventually need to be maintained. And seeing as we have difficulty putting a plan together to really comprehensively address our infrastructure maintenance, I don't want to add another project to the heap down the road. So I will be voting no.
Vice Mayor, if I may.
Thank you, Councilman Fernandez. Yes, Mayor.
So I can tell you, Councilwoman Morano and Councilman Fernandez just brought up some really good points in the value. And I know this is an item that's sponsored by Councilman Dieguez. So Councilman Dieguez, if I can ask, what do you see the value in transferring over this road to our community? I've seen it in other road transfers to our town and being valuable. Obviously, we're in the middle of a court case now for these road transfer agreements, but what's your take on it, if you don't mind me asking?
Just to answer by first providing a bit of historical background, this really started with the Canine Cove and the reports of speeding that we got. So what I chose to do was to go ahead and have an item to begin the process of placing speed bumps there, much the same way that we did with 79th Court, or Avenue, rather. And as we began that process, we learned that the road actually belonged to FDOT, not to the county, which is a little unusual sometimes, since most of our roads usually require county approvals for those sorts of things. In that process, we were offered being able to accept the road in order to have more local control with respect to the speed bumps, and that's where we're at today. And we've advanced this all the way to this point. Between the last vote and the current vote, we were in the process of negotiating the particulars. So that's where we're at today. The benefit that I see is again, having a process that involves more local control, because as I understand it, and through the chair to the manager, even though we would still be subject to certain county processes, even by taking over the road, we have the ability to waive some of those requirements.
Yeah, and actually, the most critical thing, right, which is just the milling and repaving and keeping the road up to a certain standard, it would be in our hands. It would be that self-determination of being able to decide, and obviously pay for it, but yes, but primarily being able to decide when to do it. If we look at 67th Avenue, 67th Avenue is a street that is controlled by Miami-Dade County. Every time there's even a pothole, we gotta send it to Dade County, it takes longer, and we can't just tomorrow go and repave 67th Avenue. To the county's credit, they recently did a big portion, the southern portion of 87th Avenue, and it looks great, right? But it's on their timeline. They decide when it gets repaved. So the most critical part here is the self-determination of being able to decide this road needs to be repaved, and we repave it. It won't be a street full of potholes, full of patches. We get to decide when that happens, and obviously, as I stated, we get to pay for it. That's the beauty of it.
Once again, through the chair to the manager, something that just popped into my head is that flyover ramp that they're talking about, direct to I-75. This would, obviously, we're going to have a seat at the table anyway because it would impact 154. But, do you believe in your professional judgment that would also give us a bigger seat at the table, since now we would control more of the road?
Which one?
77. So the flyover ramp that they're anticipating to build from 154 to I-75 headed north as part of the Palmetto expansion project. If I'm not mistaken, it would go or right next to 77th Court right now.
Yeah, I
correct?
think it's gonna go along from, if I remember correctly, from the previous renderings. I think it's gonna go along the actual Palmetto, not the exit, but the entrance to the Palmetto. So it's gonna be not necessarily along 77th Court, but so a little further east, I think across the canal, along the entrance to the Palmetto.
Yeah, so in closing, I still feel that there's a benefit to transferring it to the town. If there's a concern about resources, I fully understand that. Obviously, it's in the hands of the body. Worst case, we'll go through a more traditional process to get those speed humps, but that was really the genesis for this entire endeavor. And I still find there to be enough value in obtaining the road, for us to proceed as it is. But again, obviously, for its main objective, there are other ways to skin that cap.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. I believe Councilman Rodriguez.
Yeah,
and
just
then
one
Councilman
thing,
Alvarez.
to what Councilman Dieguez was mentioning, that speed bump process goes hand in hand with item 10F, which was not pulled from consent, but is germane to what we're talking about now, which is the request to the county to allow us to do speed bumps on our roads without having to go talk to them. That's something that the residents have requested, and we've pushed for. This would allow us to do that on 77th without having to go through the county or through FDOT to get approval if the road belonged to us. So hopefully we're successful in pushing item 10F through the county, and that'll give us a lot more control over where we can put speed bumps and how quick we can get them out to the residents. So that was just my point on why I'll be supporting 10G.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Councilman Alvarez.
I have a public safety question. Have there been reports from the Town of Miami Lakes Police Department on speeding on Northwest 77th Court, especially late in the evening? I know we've brought to the mayor's attention that we've had issues on Oak Lane, but is this, I don't know if the mayor is here and he can answer that. Have we had, from a public safety standpoint, and I can understand why Councilman Dieguez then brought this up, are we having issues and that being a straightaway, right? So gives cars the opportunity to accelerate and speed and race down 77th Court.
Yeah, obviously the mayor's not in the room right now, but I'm sure we can compile it and provide that. But the number one area that this occurs is down 87th Avenue, both north and south of 154. So, like you say, right, this is an area that's industrial, it's commercial, especially at night. It's not really well populated. So it is an area that I'm sure, but we can compile data on, and the officers patrol that, and they have targeted patrols at certain times of the night for the problematic areas. But we'll compile that and provide you how many tickets have been written, how many stops have been conducted, et cetera. But it's an area that lends itself to that because of the darkness, the isolation, being an industrial area late at night and so forth.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. Councilman Dieguez.
Yeah, just in response to my colleague, I just wanted to point out that the complaints came from the group of residents that early on in our tenure came in front of us asking for us to do some kind of improvement, not only to the park, but also for safety purposes, such as a crosswalk. And if I remember correctly, you had actually pushed to do the crosswalk. And as the speed bumps, if I remember correctly, I brought that up as a temporary fix, and that's why we're proceeding in this fashion. So again, to the point of local control, I would argue that it's easier to get those to the crosswalks sooner if we own that road. But that's what I wanted to bring up as far as the source of the public safety concerns. It came direct from the residents. And again, I don't know if you recalled that presentation, but that was early on in our term.
And Council, just as an aside to this item, Public Works, in anticipation of this approval and execution, Public Works has already done field inspections. They're already beating up ideas about what kind of crosswalk, where would it be located. They've already kind of done a lot of that preliminary, ideas.
Thank you. I will be supporting the item, and the reason why, public safety, I do recall when the residents came forward and talked about this issue. In particular, it was safety. They had to park across the street, cross the park, crossing with a dog, and they were concerned of vehicular traffic. So I will be supporting the item, but I know that this is not something that's going to pass unanimously. So, Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll on
We have a
this.
motion?
Did we?
Item
motion? Did you?
Do we have a
10G.
motion?
Item 10G needs a motion.
I'll move to approve item 10G.
I'll second.
10G, there's a second by Councilman Rodriguez. If you can call the roll, Madam
Yes.
Clerk.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on, I believe we have completed the consent agenda.
We gotta go back to 10E, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, 10G, which I had pulled.
10E.
Oh, that's right. Yes, now that you're here. Thank you.
And I'll be brief. I wanted to bring this out of consent after hearing public comments on this item. In the past, I've kind of been ambivalent about whether or not reducing the speed limit works. I know it's meant to be both the combination of giving our law enforcement officers another tool to be able to combat speeding on our streets, especially problem areas like 87th Avenue, et cetera. And I also know that it's supposed to be psychologically, if you see a 25-mile-per-hour sign, you're probably more likely to, even if you're still going over the speed limit, now instead of going, say, 40 miles per hour when there's a 35, you're going to be bringing it down to 30. So I understand that. I'm going to be supporting the item. I just think that ultimately it boils down to enforcement. So whether it works, we'll see. But I think it's worth the effort for public safety. But I just wanted to address the residents' concern that they had mentioned as far as speeding. So with that, I move to approve item 10E.
I will second.
There is a motion. There's a second by Councilman Rodriguez. Any discussion? Councilwoman Morano.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And now that we have Major Ruiz with us again, I just wanted to ask a quick question. I'm not one of those people that is a proponent on reducing the speed limit. I feel like, you know, when I'm traveling down 154 and I'm going 30 miles an hour, I feel like I'm walking. So, you know, the thought of having to go 25 gives me a little bit of heartburn, and I feel like those that speed don't respect any number that the sign says. So are we enforcing the 30 miles an hour that we have on our roads now? Are we ticketing residents?
Well, I mean, we are enforcing all the speed limit signs throughout the town of Miami Lakes. There are, you know, obviously if our officers see anybody speeding, they are pulling the person over and either issuing verbal citation or verbal warning citations or taking the appropriate action as such. There's nothing that, you know, we would ignore in terms of speed limits. So, is there something like?
No,
did
and
get the
I
question
remember.
right?
I remember years ago when I brought this up. I remember that I was told that there was a funding issue where officers that gave citations had to present themselves in court for these cases, and then that was costing us overtime. And so, I mean, if it were up to me, we would be just like Miami Springs. Like, you wouldn't even be able to breathe in here without getting a speeding ticket. But I know that that's not what we do. And I remember that originally when I brought it up, it was because we didn't want to have, you know, all of our officers in court all the time kind of addressing these citations that were given out.
Well, that may have been something way back in the day, but our philosophy and my philosophy with the officers is a traffic stop is an educational opportunity the overwhelming majority of the time. Now, sometimes that education is through a citation, and sometimes it's through a verbal warning. And that's why officers have discretion in terms of what enforcement action they take whenever they conduct a traffic stop. You know, you pull someone over and they have a perfect driving record and have never gotten a ticket, and the first thing they say when you walk up to them is, I know I messed up. You know, the phone was ringing and I was trying to push it to the side, and, you know, that's obviously somebody, you know, that may not need the same citation as somebody whose license has been suspended 5 times in the past. So each situation is different, and what we want to see with our officers is obviously effort. I tell my officers, you know, we're not stat driven. I'm not going to sit here and say we want
Right, there's no ticket quota that we want to, correct.
Exactly. You know, we don't establish quotas for monetary purposes because we don't get education out there that way.
Correct. And do you feel that reducing the speed limit townwide to 25 miles per hour would be helpful, would be,
I honestly have no opinion on that. You know, I think that in terms of the amount of traffic crashes,
if they're crashing in a 30-mile-an-hour zone, they're going to crash in a 25. I mean, they're obviously not going 30.
I would gather to say that there is a significant correlation throughout the whole country that if you were to lower the traffic, the speed limit, you know, there's a direct correlation where accidents go down. Now, that's not a reason to drop it to 5 miles per hour. So, you know, I don't consider myself an expert in that field, so I think my opinion would not be.
I appreciate your comments, though.
You know, valid in that respect. You know.
Thank you. Thank you,
So,
Major.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to provide some historical perspective for this item. The item, when I brought it up in December, it was one of my first items on the council, and it was actually to reduce only the speed limit on Miami Lakeway, because the speed limit on Miami Lakeway is 35 miles an hour, where the speed limit on Miami Lakes Drive is 30. So it didn't make sense to me that we had what I consider to be residential roads at 35 and a main road at 30. That conversation turned into, I believe it was the Vice Mayor who proposed Coral Gables just did this. Why don't we look into that? It's been 3 years and Miami Lakes Drive is still 35 miles an hour. So although I love this item and I really hope it passes, it was not the intent of my original item. My original item was only to address those two main roads that I believe have elevated speedways. Do I support the 25 mile an hour? Yes, I do, because I think at the end of the day, it's what was said. If you see a 25, you may go 34, but if you see a 35, you're going to go 44. So, you know, I think the item was worth a shot. It's 2 years in the making now, so we might as well complete it. So that's my opinion.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Any further discussion? And just to add some additional historical perspective, because at that moment in time, we were also getting requests from the public with regards to a lot of speeding within residential neighborhoods. And there was a lot of concerns. What can we do? What can we do? Enforcement was one of the issues that I think was one of the primary ones. I think the speed bumps that we keep on hearing about, there's speed humps were another one, but we heard how difficult it is sometimes without the proper traffic study. So there was an appetite at that time to look at this more comprehensive approach rather than just looking at little areas at a time. So that's really how we got to this point. I will be supporting the item. I think you know, we can hit this how we have been doing with a multiple phased approach, right? And I know the enforcement's gone up in targeted areas. I think there's an educational opportunity to create public awareness if we pass something. So I will be supporting the item. And I think it's been, like you said, some time coming, but, you know, I'd like those days that we start looking like an area where people actually say, hey, you know, that's not an area where I want to speed, because I do vividly remember, don't think about speeding signs, you know, and I want to make sure that we live up to that reputation, so to speak. So
Yeah, I want the people who are speeding to avoid Miami Lakes.
yeah, correct. Any further discussion on that item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I'm a no.
Hearing one no. Thank you, Councilwoman Morano. On to the consent calendar.
I'll move it.
Second.
There's a motion by Councilman Fernandez, second by Councilman Dieguez. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. On to ordinances in first reading.
An ordinance of the Town Council, an ordinance, one more time. An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, deleting Chapter 4, Articles 5 of the Town of Miami Lakes Code of Ordinances, and creating Chapter 13, Article 7, Section 13-1704, titled Green Building Program, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the town code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. As you may have noticed in your memorandum, this is coming back to you on first reading, not second reading. with some additional changes. The changes are clearly laid out within the memorandum, but as I understand it, there's a staff presentation that is going to take place before there's a motion made. And then after that, I'll give some more clarification. So with that, we have our rock star here from the planning department who will be taking over for Susanna Alonso.
All right, I promise I'll be quick. Less than 10 minutes or you can start throwing tomatoes. Hello? Oh, great, we got the presentation going. All right, so following up on what Councilmember Dieguez said, I'm just going to give a very quick overview of green buildings just to set the stage for this discussion, and it's going to be focused on what's in the ordinance. So I'm going to keep it short and sweet. So firstly, what are green buildings? All right, so hopefully in 10 minutes, everybody will have a better idea than, right? I mean, this is nice, but this isn't exactly what green buildings are all about, all right? So I'm going to cut to the chase. The purpose of green buildings has 3 components, all right? One, it's about using energy, water, and other resources efficiently, all right? And keep in mind, that's going to, so in the long run, going green is actually going to be more cost efficient, and that's one of the main reasons why we want to do something like this. 2, we're protecting the health and improving the productivity of the people who occupy the building. Some people might be surprised to learn that a lot of research shows that that's actually the case with green buildings compared to regular buildings. And lastly, which I think most people understand, is that we're reducing waste, pollution, and environmental degradation. So these are the 3 main components of the philosophy of green buildings. In fact, the definition given by the Office of Federal Environmental Executive, green building is about increasing the efficiency with which buildings use energy, water, and materials, and reducing building impacts on human health and the environment throughout the building's life cycle. Now, let's put a pin in that concept of life cycle. That's a very important concept here, because when we're looking at green buildings and we're doing a lot of evaluation of these, the building materials that are used, and looking at that over the course of their lifespan. We're looking at, how much energy did it take to manufacture these materials? What solid waste was generated in extracting them, using them, and ultimately disposing them? And of course, what was the associated pollution, air and water, with that process? So, we really, when we're looking at green buildings, we're taking a long view, not just, what the immediate costs are. And this is a quick graphic that really summarizes some of the research. So if we look, these are the average savings of green buildings over normal buildings, so it's pretty remarkable, right? I mean, so it's a little bit about, emissions and pollution, but, the energy that we're saving, the solid waste that's not being generated, these are some pretty remarkable statistics. So I'm going to go over a few quick points here that relate to specific things that are in the ordinance. So one of the issues with regular buildings, which I think we're all familiar with, especially earlier this year with the stormwater issues, normal buildings, they make stormwater runoff worse because you're basically replacing vegetation or other porous surfaces with cement and buildings that it's not capturing and absorbing precipitation. And ultimately, what that leads to is that the municipal sewer systems are being overburdened, right? This is a huge problem in Miami, and it's a huge problem in Miami Lakes. So it doesn't have to be that way, right? Buildings and landscapes can be designed to maximize the amount of catchment area, water that can be collected in cisterns, barrels, or swales, and that water can then be retained and routed for use in building to evaporate coolers, toilets, other purposes. So here we're hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, really. We're avoiding pollution, we're avoiding waste, and then we're also increasing efficiency. And this is part of what's in the ordinance. Now, here's some great examples of, buildings at different scales, even personal, homes, right? You can do this, and it's going to increase the amount of water absorption that happen. That's going to really help in a much more cost-effective way than these large-scale projects to ameliorate stormwater runoff, which is a big issue here locally. All right. Now, as I was mentioning earlier, there's substantial evidence that these green buildings, there's better indoor environmental quality, and that actually benefits human health. This is very, from self-reporting, and also there's some stats. Here's a little infographic, but I read a lot of research papers on this that basically say this in a much more long-winded way. But green buildings actually make people healthier. They avoid, they incrementally avoid disease. People call in sick less. You can look at some of the stats here. People have respiratory issues. People are going to the hospital less. It's actually very remarkable the difference that the green design can make. All right. So now another thing, because I know that this ordinance deals not only with new construction, but also with improvements of a certain size are subject to some of these requirements. New buildings going green, that's kind of what gets most of the attention. But the reality is that, when we're looking at buildings that already exist and retrofitting them in order to comply with the green building philosophy, that makes a much bigger impact because there's already a bunch of buildings out there. And even things that are not as expensive, like adding insulation to new and existing buildings, that's a proven and relatively inexpensive way to improve building energy efficiency. All right? So the big picture here in terms of cost effectiveness is that green building materials generally result in reduced maintenance and replacement cost over the life of the entire building. And I think, if that doesn't convince you, I don't know what will. But, I think here's the crux of the issue. A lot of the time, a developer might just, a developer that's just looking to get in and build something, sell it to someone else, and move on, they may not be as incentivized to make it a green building, but there's actually research that shows that building developers that are then going to keep the locale and rent it, they actually tend to make these investments because they're cognizant of the fact that in the long run, there may be a slightly bigger upfront investment to make these incremental changes, but they're going to actually be saving money in the long run. And of course, there's all these other benefits. So, we're not talking about throwing a bunch of money at this. We're really just talking about, from a bureaucratic point of view, making it a little easier. And just, already technology is improving. This is trending in that direction. What better role of local government than to grease the wheels slightly to facilitate and incentivize, these developers and other people to have these green buildings and to pursue this green building philosophy. Now, just to be clear, to wrap it up, Miami Lakes has had a green building ordinance on the books since 2007, applicable to town buildings. So we're expanding that in a few ways, which you'll discuss shortly. But it's about introducing that incentive program and having some of these mandatory minimum provisions for large buildings and large parking areas. Once again, keeping in mind this big issue of, having these porous, ways of avoiding these stormwater runoff issues, protecting the environment, increasing productivity, and it's cost effective in the long run.
Thank you very much for that presentation. So again, sort of by way of historical context, I'm going to introduce the item, which is that when I first brought this up, this was intended to mirror what Coral Gables had done already with respect to buildings of a certain size, which was about 20,000 square feet. So these aren't mom and pop, buildings, retail stores, et cetera. It's meant to affect those of large developments. And not meant to be punitive, but rather to increase more effectively the use of our resources and increase environmental sustainability in our town in terms of the habits that we develop. Environmental sustainability and improved water usage is something that has been a priority of many legislative leaders, including most recently Speaker Chris Sprowls and Senate President Wilton Simpson. So after receiving comments from you, my colleagues, to kind of go in a different direction, I actually got together with Susanna and we started, I kind of told her, get me something back that I can present that has a combination of carrots and sticks. And that's what's in front of you today. It passed the Planning and Zoning Board. They endorsed it. They did have a recommendation that they wanted the council to have this ultimate discretion as to how the incentives are awarded. So that was their feedback, as you'll see in the memorandum. But as I introduced this item, I also did speak with the representatives of the grant companies today, not because they deserve preferential treatment, but after all, as our largest landowner and developer, I think they are the ones that would be most impacted by any sort of change related to development. And also, they're a good representative, therefore, sample of other commercial landowners in the town. And after talking with them, I've decided there are some elements of the plan that probably should not move forward at this time. And they've agreed to actually get with me between first and second reading to kind of beat it up a bit further. But kind of going along with what I told them I would do, I'm going to go ahead and move that we adopt the Green Building Code as put in front of you, with the exception that the requirement for the green roof will be deleted, as well as the requirement for the permeable pavers and the requirement for the water recycling. And but the other mandates with respect to using low flow fixtures to conserve water, that will be maintained. And one final change that I'm going to be including in my motion is to delete incentive E, adding the additional FAR from the incentives list, which I think, especially since we're getting rid of some of the other big ticket items on the conservation side, I think that incentive therefore should certainly be off the table. So with that, that is my motion as amended, and I'm ready to discuss.
There is a motion on the table.
I'll second for discussion.
There is a second by Councilman Rodriguez. Councilman Rodriguez, you're recognized.
Thank you. Councilman Dieguez, I had several comments to this ordinance. I appreciate you removing the green roof. That was something that was of concern to me as well. I don't like the idea of mandating that on a commercial resident. I want a little bit more clarification, because I may be reading it wrong. On 4A, where it talks about private residences, I'm interpreting this as being optional. This is for new and remodeling residences, you do not have to participate in this program, right? This is not something that's being mandated on residents.
That part is correct. Same thing with the low flow fixtures that is not being applied to private residential.
Okay, and is that the same for private, commercial, office, industrial as well? For B?
For a B, okay. So yes, this is part of the old program, and again, they have to choose to be a part of it. This is setting out the eligibility criteria to be a part of that.
So that is again optional for
Correct.
those. So the only thing that's mandated or mandatory is the section in 3, which now you've removed A, C, and D. So there's only this water conservation area.
Correct.
Okay. So the only one I was really against was the roof. I am in favor of the rain capture, but again, I don't like the idea of mandating it. I much rather see it as a way of incentivizing them to do it. But then I go to the incentives, and I don't really see much other than, I mean, you removed E, which in my opinion was really the only incentive that you would give a developer to implement any of this, is if they had more FAR. Express permitting and plan review, I mean, we should be doing everybody the same as quickly as possible. I don't know how much faster we can possibly do that if somebody has this application. So I just wasn't sure where the carrot was in this ordinance. So that was my concern.
Through the chair to my colleague, the incentive was primarily in the FAR, which is why we had talked about it, especially with the more restrictive mandates, if you will, or rather onerous mandates. And so that was the spirit of that. But with those items removed, then yeah, you're right. You know, you're removing the biggest carrot there. And I would note that a lot of these incentives are things either that existed previously or come from other model codes that come from different associations, or even the beach, for example, Miami Beach. Those were different green building codes that we had examined as part of our us developing the idea behind this item. So again, as far as the remaining incentive, the mobility fees is something that's new. I don't know how many people will be impacted by that, But I think it is certainly, at least that is probably, after removing E, that would be probably the next biggest carrot.
All right.
But I think it's commensurate as well with the low, with the less onerous mandates, which many developers already implement anyway.
What effect, if any, does this have on the item that we passed recently with the repaving using a permeable paver system?
Removing, that was going to be something that we included, and that would not impact what was passed, which was also an optional program. Correct. This would have been saying that for developments of a certain size, to help contain stormwater runoff, you should have, or rather you need to have, the permeable pavers. But now, obviously, again, that's off the table. So as far as, to answer your question more directly, that this would not have an impact on what previously passed.
All right. I mean, I'll support the item, but I just, now with all these revisions, I'm not sure what real incentive a developer would have to do this. Specifically, the only thing they have to do is the water conservation of high efficiency plumbing, which most people do that anyway. So I just, that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Councilwoman Morano.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. When this came up originally, again, there was something that gave me a little bit of heartburn. I didn't want to overburden individuals that were building in the community. And I agree with Councilmember Rodriguez that we took a lot of the things out that we didn't like, but now I feel like there's nothing in it. So I feel like it doesn't have any teeth. And I think we walked ourselves here because none of us want to overburden, developers or people that are remodeling their homes. And so we would like people to implement these green alternatives out of their own fruition, right? Because it's better for them, because they're going to conserve energy, in the future. But as it's, I was a no originally because I didn't want to overburden people, and I think that at this point we're not overburdening, but we're also not mandating anything. So it doesn't feel. Go ahead.
No, just in response, the other big, more technical aspect of what's being proposed is that it's moving the provisions that mandate that we implement, our buildings in a green fashion. It's mandating, or it's moving that from a different part of the code into the land development code. Speaking with Susanna, she felt that part of what happened with some of our other buildings, like the Optimus Park, that were not built according to what was actually required, is because it's in a different part of the code. It's not something that people go to look at. So for her purposes as a planner and her successors down the line, she felt it would be good anyway to move over some of those requirements into the land development code, which again does actually currently require that our government buildings be built according to certain standards. So there's still a technical aspect there that helps her out regardless. And as I said, I'm still going to be working back and forth between now and the next reading with also developer input, and also now with Susanna when she comes back, to kind of see if there's any other way to retweak this in a way that makes a bit more sense. But again, even if it's incremental, it still is progress, right? So that's what I would say.
Any other further remarks? Mayor, did you have any remarks on this item?
Yeah, no, I'm in favor of it. I'm going to vote for it in first reading. Definitely the issue of the pavers and a couple other issues that I'm going to be speaking to staff upon between now and second reading. But I can tell you, sustainability and resiliency is really a generational issue, and you're starting to see more and more people take a look at these types of ordinances, these types of issues throughout our country and even here in our community. So I know this is a step in the right direction, but I'll definitely be speaking to Susanna and the entire staff especially on that permeable paver issue and a couple other things on there. And I do agree with Councilman Rodriguez. We have to make, if there's going to be an incentive, it has to be real incentives, right? You have to really incentivize these things for it to work. So I'm going to vote for it tonight, and I'll be having some discussions with staff between now and then.
Thank you, Mayor. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on this item?
Item 11A, ordinance in first reading. Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Ordinance in first reading passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. On to item number 12. There are no ordinances in second reading. On to resolutions. Item 13A, renaming of Miami Lakes Park West to Miami Lakes Veterans Park. This item is relatively self-explanatory, came from an agenda item which I put forward. It's basically the renaming of the park. The mayor added a portion which is also to be renamed after our first mayor, Wayne Slayton, and I wanted to go ahead and move this item.
Second.
There's a second by Councilman Alvarez. Any further discussion on the item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. On to new business items. Item 14A, also an item of mine, P3 workshops. This item, I put in the memo, kind of came forward by a third party, an individual that I had bumped into, and he was interested in participating in the P3 programs that he's heard of. He wanted to enter into a partnership. He had heard from somebody, I believe on the council, of a very simple process to go ahead and obtain land from the town, and I told him I didn't really think that's how it worked. I came back and circled back to some of the town staff who gave me a little bit more insight, and what I realized was there may be a lot of individuals that don't necessarily understand what's involved, how the process moves forward, and really we've heard a lot of individuals with interest, right, especially with what's happening with Optimist Park, especially what we've been hearing about with partnering with different organizations, including the HOA. So, and I've heard in the past that we may have some experts here in-house that can help. So really the spirit of the item is to really leverage our town resources, in particular the town attorney and any town staff that might have expertise, and really invite the people from the public that have expressed interest, really for ourselves, right? For us to understand what's a good P3, what's a good partnership, what's a bad partnership. Not all P3s are good opportunities for the town. So what would that be? And really give us an opportunity to learn through a workshop. So I wanted to go ahead and make a motion for the town staff to develop a P3 workshop that we can also invite stakeholders and individuals from this body to participate so we can better inform ourselves of what's involved.
I'll second it.
There's a motion, there's a second. Any discussion?
Yes, discussion on my end.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, you're recognized.
So I'm fine with the workshop, but I will say this, the P3 process is simpler than sometimes we try to make it out to seem. I think, one of the things is if we always talk about partnerships and bringing people to the fold, one of the things that when staff receives these things, I believe, and what I've seen in the state statute, is that we're supposed to receive it on the next agenda and have a discussion among the council to see if that's something we want to move forward with or not, and staff do the due diligence and obviously go out to bid to see if there's other people out there that want to do that. But that is outlined in state statute already, and that's one thing where I told staff, I go, look, if the council doesn't want to proceed with a P3, then we vote it down. But I think those discussions should happen sooner rather than later. I've been approached multiple times by multiple people, and I tell everybody, hey, you need to speak to our town attorney and to staff. You need to sit down with them. You need to submit whatever you want. And there is a process that it's laid out to. But I do think, and what I continue to encourage even our staff, once you get these things, you have to process them. You got to bring them before the council. The council makes a decision. If we even want to move forward to continue having that conversation, then there's even deeper processes for our staff to look into and put it out to bid, and it's all laid out in a transparent fashion in the state statute. It's done for us. The state legislature has really encouraged that throughout the ways. Obviously, we've never done that. So I don't blame our staff, but the reality is we've never done that ourselves. But we have to continue to encourage those types of things because it works and it helps cities and it helps different areas wherever it can. But the process is pretty simple. It's laid out in the statute. Well, that's one reason why we didn't have to reinvent the wheel and do our own process. But I do know that, look, there's three already P3s on the table that have been submitted. There's a fourth organization that's even reached out to me, and I tell everybody the same thing. I go, you need to reach out to our attorney and submit whatever is in the process, whatever they require of you. But I just wanted to put that on the record, because the ultimate decision makers, A, is the council. We ultimately say if we want it or not. And then B, there's an entire process that's laid out in state statute. So I do know that staff has 3 of them in their hands right now. I look forward to those coming before us at some point for a conversation and see if we want to bring those forward or not. So I just wanted to put that on the record, because it as much as it seems like it's difficult, the state already did their job for us, and it's not that difficult of a process, especially on the front end where we make the decision, we work with people, we do our due diligence to see if that's something we want to do or not, or if it's in our strategic plan or not.
Thank you, Mayor, for your remarks, and I'm going to echo some of them, because while it may be overly simplistic in your eyes, and while there's already a platform, I think one of the things that you echoed is it's a novel idea, right? It's not something that we've done, so I know that there may be some trepidation, but the vetting of the vendors is very, very important. And I want to make sure that when we put this information out there, we're not misleading individuals down a path where they're going to ultimately be disappointed, and then maybe we lose an opportunity to really partner with somebody. So I think that's the whole spirit behind this workshop, right? That we're not misleading the public, and that we're making sure that the public is equally as aware, and our staff is as equally informed of what that process is, to make sure that whatever viable product comes forward, it's a product that not only works for our community, but works for those individuals that we're partnering with as well. So thank you for your remarks. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. On to item 10C. Mr. Mayor, your item, you're recognized.
My item, pretty simple. I'm the only council member.
Hold on a second. I think to put us in the proper position again, I apologize. Point of order. I do have my parliamentarian sitting to the right of me. This item requires a waiver of section 7.2.
I'll move it.
Second.
Motion to waive the rule. I think it was Councilman Rodriguez. Councilman Fernandez second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. I apologize for interrupting you, Mr. Mayor. Go ahead.
That's okay. So I'm the only member of this dais that has been up here, and I think the only time where we've gone through a process to extend a town manager's contract, and that was back in 2013. The first discussion happened, I think, in November, October, it was brought up, and at some point we made the decision not too long after that to extend it an extra 4 years. But at that moment, it was a different dynamic, right? The mayor really kind of had the decision making when it came to appointing a city manager or not. Fast forward 2015, Charter Review Commission came in, made a change. The mayor no longer makes that appointment on its own. Now it's a committee of residents that go through that process. Well, we changed the charter. I know Councilman Dieguez at that time was on the Charter Review Commission. I know he pushed for that to add into the charter that we need resident input, and that happened. The resolution we adopted called for a committee, so that entire process happened, which is a good process, right? And that goes into good government and a holistic process going forward. And we also know something else that was changed via resolution is that if we, at some point, regardless if it's this council now or a council 10, 20 years from now, if they were to make a decision, hey, we no longer need the services of town manager A or Z, A through Z, whatever the name may be, then there's only a 4-month process to start the process and finish it. But what hasn't been discussed is creating a process to evaluate if we want to extend, renegotiate, or terminate a town manager's contract. And something I laid out there on this memo, it doesn't mean I'm married to it. I love to hear my colleagues' suggestions, comments. I think it's best when we work together on these types of things. But look, ultimately, at some point, we're going to have to make a decision, not only now, but in the future. I mean, forget about our current council, forget about our current manager. I think what good government calls for is creating processes that we can utilize today and 20 years from now, where those city councils can look back, say, hey, this is already laid out for us. There's a process in place to reevaluate a contract. So we do know right now, and on our side, what we have to face with is that we'll be reevaluating a contract within 15 months. Our current manager's contract is up in 15 months. At some point, we're gonna have to make that decision that either we want to keep his current contract, renegotiate it, or terminate it. But when is that point? When do we make that decision? Maybe the council says, hey, we should start having that conversation now. Or Mayor, let's wait 6 months, or let's go through a different process. The only reason I even brought up a committee of residents was because in reading the charter, it's always important to what the charter committee kind of showcased at the moment, to get our residents' input. So I said, maybe, you know what, if we're going to reevaluate or evaluate a manager's contract to make those decisions, then I think there's value in having resident input along the way. But maybe the council decides in a different fashion. So my motion is simple, and again, this is not only for now, but this is to create a long-term policy to inject good government, which we did after the fact when it comes to selecting a manager, but now the evaluation of a contract. I know in the manager's current contract, it calls for yearly evaluations, but I think there needs to be spelled out in a resolution what the evaluation of a contract looks like, when that evaluation should happen. Is it 10 months before? Is it 6 months before? I think that conversation should happen, and my motion is going to be very simple, just to direct our town attorney to begin collaborating with the town council and come back in November with an action item where it takes into account every council member's thoughts. Maybe the attorney gets to meet with every single one of us individually, obtains our thoughts, and comes back with a list of options where the council can simply come in November, can say, hey, let's reevaluate it. Let's evaluate the manager's contract 8 months before it's up, and we create a resolution. But not only will that resolution help us, but that resolution will help councils going forward. And as our city matures, I think it's really important that we start doing these types of things. It's really going to help out future generations. So my motion is simple: direct the town attorney to begin collaborating with the council, get the council's feedback individually, and come back in November with different options.
Second.
There is a motion and there's a second. Any discussion on this item with the motion?
Vice Mayor, I have a question.
I'm going to go ahead, Councilman Alvarez, and work the way down. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilman Alvarez.
So who would be responsible to advise the council or coordinate with the council under what's currently in place to evaluate the manager? Because I've sat here for 3 years and no one's told me, hey, it's time for the manager's annual review. So with us juggling our full-time jobs, doing this, plus everything else that we're doing, who from town staff would coordinate with us under what's currently approved to evaluate the manager?
Mr. Manager, Councilman Alvarez has a question with respect to who would be delegated within town staff to raise this issue of when we should perform the performance evaluations.
Nobody. There would not be a function of town staff. It would be a function of the individual members of this council. And based on the item that Councilmember Dieguez brought up maybe about a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, it would be incumbent on each of the members of this council to do that evaluation of my performance.
So it would be our responsibility to coordinate the annual evaluation, correct?
Look, the mayor's, this is just a suggestion. I'm not saying this is written in stone or anything like that. Just put an agenda item from now on. I think the manager's contract is February issue. I think it says February 1st of every year or whatever. So just make sure that there's an agenda item in February for that to take place.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Any further remarks, Councilman Alvarez?
No, I'll put a motion, an amendment to the new business item to the mayor's motion to conduct the annual evaluation. I actually would say prior, if his contract starts in February, then, like, I typically will evaluate personnel, teachers, paraprofessionals, support staff prior to the ending of the school year starting, not the beginning of the school year. So if his contract starts in February, it would behoove us to evaluate him in February. It would probably be in our best interest to do an evaluation and coordinate with the council at some point in January or December.
Yeah. My employment agreement, which stipulates that my anniversary is February, states that the council will evaluate me on the anniversary of annually on my anniversary, which is February of each year. And when Councilmember Dieguez brought up the item of what would be the criteria and so forth, we were asked to bring forward a recommendation, which we did, and this council adopted it. There was some discussion about possibly using a facilitator, and that was squashed. Ultimately, the industry-wide standard, which is stipulated by the ICMA, was adopted by this council as the criteria for the evaluation of my performance.
Councilwoman Morano?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I believe that we did evaluations last September. I believe that there was a vote of confidence that was taken by this council last year in September. So this has already, this has already been done once before. I think that it was postponed due to COVID. It was to have been done on the first anniversary, which would have been February, but COVID was in March. City Hall was closed, so it is my understanding that that's why it was pushed forward, and it eventually came back in, I remember that it wasn't a regular council meeting, but it came back, I believe it was in September in a budget hearing. Am I remembering that correctly?
That the item that you're discussing was done at the second budget hearing a year ago. So
one year ago, so
September-
there was an evaluation conducted 1 year ago.
Yeah, well, there was a vote of confidence.
There was a vote of confidence, which is as a result of whatever each council member decided was our evaluation.
Correct.
Correct. Vice Mayor, I'll reserve the rest of my comments for later.
Okay, I'll continue to go down the row. Councilman Dieguez?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. And just to make sure, you know, what's germane or not, are we on the amendment? Because if we are, I don't remember if there was a second. So just point of clarification or point of order on that.
I don't believe that there was, I know Councilman Alvarez was making some remarks, but there was no amendment or official motion made. I think there was a suggestion by the attorney, and we've continued through discussion.
Right, I was about to ask before that, but since he didn't make a motion or anything like that, I didn't.
Yeah, I just want to know just to, you know, to figure out how lengthy I make my remarks, because seems to be a pattern with me tonight, and I guess me being a, you know, not only a policy major, but also a history major, you know, I'm going to share a lot of history, especially since a lot of these items I've worked on. So the mayor pointed out in 2016, we did go ahead on the Charter Revision Commission and change the way in which the manager and the attorney were selected. Before, the charter gave that authority solely to the mayor to appoint, not necessarily to remove, but to appoint, subject to council approval. And at that time, the reason why I moved to switch it to make it so that all of us on this dais can make that decision is because I'm a big believer in not only maintaining the council's prerogative on when it comes to these matters, but also because, you know, my thinking at the time was that, you know, down the line, thinking ahead, you can go ahead and bottleneck an appointment process for manager if the council is feuding with the mayor, and there wasn't enough clarity there. So to kind of get around that potential bottleneck, any one of the 7 members of the council, from the mayor down to the other 6 council members, could make a motion to appoint a particular manager. Now, at the time, Robert Alonso went ahead and added an amendment to my item to call for the committee process with respect to the manager only. And at least if I recall correctly, it was only the manager. But regardless, he was the one that came up with that amendment. I accepted it in the spirit of moving things along, and ultimately that's what went to in front of the voters in a referendum, and they approved. Subsequent to that, we went through our selection process where we ended up with Manager Peterman, and I believe it was February the following year, I went ahead and moved forward an ordinance to focus the timeline for selecting a manager or attorney to 4 months. 3 months for the committee members, and 1 month for the council to deliberate based on the input of that committee. Because I felt that the prior process went on way too long, and as a result, we lost some other potential qualified candidates because it was dragging on too long. And I also think it also discouraged other candidates from applying since there was no finite end date. So then, fast forwarding a bit more, we got to the item where I noticed even though the manager's contract called for an evaluation, we had not inputted any process. So that was the spirit of my item. And as the manager correctly pointed out, initially I wanted to do it with a headhunter, or not a headhunter, but to have a facilitator involved with a multi-step process for evaluating him where there could be candor encouraged. The majority of us felt that that was an unnecessary expense and that we were better off going with a much more simplified process because, you know, many of you felt that the way that we evaluated the manager is every year basically that we don't fire him. And I remember that was, you know, basically along the lines of what one of you had mentioned. So we went with the simplified process, which is the ICMA form. And to my knowledge, I don't know how many people have submitted that. I know that I have in years before, but I think bring it now full circle to the item in front of us. The reason why I'm not inclined to support it at this time is because I think inherent in the process that I laid out in that ordinance, limiting the entire process to 4 months, is that in the event that there's a vacancy, we know that, okay, we got to kickstart the process and go ahead and begin the 4-month process of searching, right? But then even if we're getting to a point where the manager, his contract is coming up for renewal and we need to make that decision, to me, inherent in what's there is that we need to begin that process no less than 5 months, right? You know, that by 5 months out from the date that it's supposed to naturally terminate, we need to have a discussion, are we going to renew or are we going to begin the process searching for a new manager? That to me is inherent in that. Maybe, you know, the right answer is to do this, which is going to be an amendment I will be making, is to amend the existing selection ordinance for both the town attorney and the town manager, that 5 months out from the natural expiration of their contract, the council needs to have a deliberation as to whether to continue with the current law firm or the current manager, or alternatively go ahead and either renew or to basically look for a new firm or manager. So I think that would be my amendment, just to make it clear, because I was kind of doing it on the fly. My amendment is to have it so that 5 months before the natural termination of the town attorney's contract or the town manager's contract, that we need to decide to renew or to begin looking for new legal representation or a new manager. That would be my amendment.
I will second that amendment for discussion.
If I may.
We have Councilman Dieguez made the motion. There's a second by Councilman Rodriguez. Mr. Attorney.
My law firm's contract is basically a month-to-month contract. It's not yearly or 3 years or anything like that, although we should have that discussion. Now that you bring it up. No, actually our contract's month-to-month, so before you start down that road.
That's fair. So I'll just, I'll go ahead and just amend it to just focus on the manager then.
Seconded as amended.
We have an item with a second. Any further discussion on that?
Yeah, I just want to discuss on the item that Councilman Dieguez brought up. I agree with him. I think the process that we have in place right now is sufficient. I'd like to see it at 6 months, just because your process for depending on what we decide, it's a 4-month process. I'd like to give ourselves maybe an extra month just to get the wheels in motion. We don't move necessarily as quickly as we would like all the time. So I would ask you that if you could change it to 6 months. I'm full support of the item. I don't think we need this committee process. I think what you had laid out before is more than sufficient. And like you said, if we don't think he's doing a good job, that's on us to make that determination. So, and it's our decision to make. But I do agree that we need to implement a period of time where we have to start having the discussion on whether to renew his contract. So if you would change it to 6 months, then I think it's a good idea.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and withdraw then my amendment again and move it once again, but with 6 months.
Perfect. I'll second it again.
On the amendment, seconded once again, any further discussion? Yes, Councilman Fernandez.
So the only thing that's giving me, I think, a little bit of indigestion, right? And so we're, using the current manager's contract as an example. February 1st, so we go back 6 months. It's February 1st of 23, correct? So there's going to be a council that's going to start the process, and there's going to be a council that's going to select, if necessary, make the decision, and it's right over the boundary, right? And that's, I know we might not be able to help that, but
Well, I'll interrupt you. It happened to us. That was the first item we discussed. The first item we voted on as new council members was what manager to hire. So imagine that being your first decision to make. So I agree with you. It's not ideal, but I don't know if there's much we can do.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I think that if you're running for council, it's incumbent on you to be following these proceedings. I certainly did. So by the time we did get up here, I was comfortable. Initially, as some of my colleagues may recall, it was to kind of reopen the process, to get a full pool of 5 candidates, since 2 of them kind of took themselves out of contention by the time we got to it. And again, I would argue that was part of the overly long process that existed. But yeah, some things can't be helped. I think that's one of them. And I think, again, if you're running for council, you need to be following, especially this major decision, you need to be following it and be ready to make a decision on day one as to it. And again, with a 6-month process to be aware that this is coming down the pike, I think it's more than enough for you to kind of follow the deliberations of that resident committee and of the council as well. So, again, just can't be helped.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. My remarks on this particular item, when I first read it and hearing the mayor's remarks, 2 completely different items, which is what confounded me. And I think we're kind of hatching the way through, right? We're using a machete kind of to get to the end point. But, completely disagree with the committee process. I think the reason we started 15 months in anticipation is we had a hard end date, right? We knew that there was a retirement coming. So we started down this process, which we solicited public input, and unbeknownst to us, we actually lost a lot of candidates. So I think starting too prematurely definitely works against us. Now going back to some of the opportunities that I've had in leadership in statewide organizations or in other roles, performance evaluation and giving feedback to our executive manager is upon us. Should not be delegated to anybody. And it should be done on a regular basis, consistently. This would not be a surprise, right? If he's doing well, he's going to know by the performance reviews that we're giving him. That's the way the mechanism works. We give him feedback. We're going to know, right? Because it's public. We're going to know if he's doing well, if he's not doing well. It's going to trigger, right, whether it be at that 6-month mark, right? It's going to trigger us to then engage in that process. So I think that's leadership, right? That's why we're here. We're here to give him feedback. He's the man that we hired. Absent of him performing poorly, or absent of any one of us bringing him up on an issue that we're not happy with right now, I don't even know why we're doing this. I think we've kind of went through the process. I think we have a well-outlined process. But absent of anything, I think it's just way too premature. So I'm completely supportive of, let's start looking at this 6-month mark. Completely supportive of giving him that feedback. But I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. So we should, right? Our leadership, the reason we took on this job is to give him feedback on his performance. If we're not doing that, and we're not doing that consistently, then poor job on us. Not on a committee, not on somebody else, not on staff to trigger this process. Poor job on us. So it's on us to give him feedback, and it should not come as a surprise on how he's doing or how we feel he's doing. And I think that's really how we move the issue forward. Mayor, closing remarks. I see that you're jumping at the bit to make some. Well, hold on a second. I think some other colleagues want to go.
I just don't feel that we're doing this consistently and in a structured environment. So what I would ask the attorney is that, can this be done in a sunshine meeting and make the evaluation a self-reflective practice where all the council members are invited to meet with the manager at the same time and provide a dialogue, right? A conversation. Hey, what do you feel your strengths this year? What are some things you feel you accomplished? Base it on the rubric system for the tool, and then each of us give him some feedback of some areas that we want, an OFI, an opportunity for improvement. I want to be honest, we're not doing that. I don't think anyone should evaluate the manager. I don't think town staff should evaluate the manager, because I think you're putting yourself in a conflict of interest where, if they're not rating him the way he may want to be rated, their job can be at risk. So I think we have failed in that capacity as a council, and I'm the first one to admit it, but we can move forward, right? And I guess it's an amendment to an amendment, is if allowable and permissible, to conduct through a sunshine meeting the formal evaluation of town manager Ed Peterman in February of 2021.
So there's two items. One is the contract review process, which starts 6 months prior to February. I'm sorry, there's two amendments, right?
No, I think
There's the
Councilman
main item,
Alvarez.
and then my amendment, I just, basically withdrew it twice to get to where we're at now, which is 6 months before the natural termination of the manager's contract. We begin this process of discussing to renew or whether to start looking elsewhere. And I would prefer the language of natural termination, just because, again, it might fluctuate in the future, so.
That's the First Amendment. Now, Councilman Alvarez, I believe, motioned a second amendment.
And to be clear, my amendment would have been a strike-all. Just wanted to add that point of clarification.
Okay.
And Mr. Vice Mayor, I wanted clarification on the date that Councilman.
How about, I
Could
think it might make it a little easier if I read to you from the manager's contract. Paragraph 3. And I think this will shed light on it'll bring a lot of what you guys are talking about together. Section 3.1, the council shall evaluate the performance of the town manager at least once annually within 30 days of the town manager's anniversary date. In this case, February 1st. So you have to do it, according to the contract, within 30 days of that. Based upon the results of the annual evaluation, the town council may, in its sole discretion, grant a salary increase or grant additional benefits to the town manager. Section 3.2. The evaluation specified in 3.1 shall be based upon 1, the town manager's performance of the duties specified in Section 1 of the contract, not 3.1. And 2, the town manager's achievements of the town's policy directives. Within 90 days of the town manager's start date, the town council, in consultation with the town manager, shall develop criteria for making the annual evaluation. I think you've done the part about the annual evaluation. Having said that, now you guys do what you need to do, or what you feel is best.
I think we've all gone. I'm going to go back to the mayor, and then if we can, then we'll come back. So, Mr. Mayor?
Well, that was great feedback, right? Now we set a date. Now we know that in 10 months, we're going to be making a decision. Before me bringing this up and believing if it's premature or not, there was no date. Nobody knew, maybe we would have gone with Councilman Dieguez's date, or maybe we would have brought it up. But I was sharing my experience on the days back in 13, where we made the decision, had the conversation 2 years before it was even up, and we did what the Miami Dolphins did for Xavier Howard. We did a 4-year extension with 2 years left. I don't know if that's the route that this council wants to go in, but I wanted to bring it up now, set dates, and I think this is what collaboration looks like. You all kind of had this conversation right now. Now we know in 10 months from now, we're going to be back all together as a council, making this decision as to if we want to renegotiate, we want to extend, or we want to look for a new manager. And I think that's exactly what I wanted. I brought up the committee process just because I know on the back end, and it's a holistic view where what we did in the charter. It's in the charter to have community feedback, and if we believe we need community feedback to find a new manager, then I personally thought having community feedback to evaluate our current manager isn't a bad thing. But if that's the route the council wants to go in, not to add that, I'm fine with that as well. But I do think now, seeing where this is going, it's a good conversation, and at least it's very clear. We know that in 10 months, we'll be making a decision, and not only us. We know that councils now going forward, when we set this in a resolution, 10, 20, 30 years from now, won't have to be having the discussion again. They know that there's timetables set up for them. And the attorney's correct. His contract is an evergreen, and it's a month to month, and those are other discussions for another day. So I appreciate the collaboration, specifically from those colleagues that were very constructive on their thought process. And I think now it's very clear, not only for us, and I repeat, but it's clear for people going forward. And I just wanted to share with you all my experience on this dais in the past, and it's an experience that none of you guys had done here before as a council, and now going forward, we set good policy. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On to Councilwoman Morano. I think you had some remarks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And perhaps I'm the only one that's confused up here. We're talking about manager evaluations. We're talking about committees. I evaluate the manager on a daily basis. Every time I talk to him, every time I send him an email, every time I text him, every time he does or doesn't do something that is required or not required by his contract, I evaluate him every day. And I give him feedback, right? Sometimes I'm super happy with him, and sometimes I'm not so happy. So I'm really confused about, first of all, creating a committee where residents that don't work with the manager on a daily basis, that don't see his successes or his failures, are gonna come in and evaluate an individual that they are not familiar with, right? They might see him on the street, or they might have one positive or one negative interaction with him, but cannot possibly evaluate him in his managerial capacity. So that totally confuses me. Second thing that I'm confused about, I have not failed as a council member. We took a vote of confidence 1 year ago today. I voted no confidence for the manager 1 year ago today. Everyone else on this day has voted yes. High remarks, excellent evaluation, wonderful, wonderful remarks about the manager and the wonderful job that he was doing. So I don't know if I'm the only one that's missing. I'm super confused. I don't even know what it is that we're talking about. I don't know what we're gonna start 6 months prior. The evaluation is, and maybe I was the council member that said, you keep your job. Yeah, you got a good evaluation. You didn't do a good job. I evaluated you poorly. You don't keep your job. It's a very simple concept. What is it that we're trying to structure here? We have a manager that has a contract that we are gonna evaluate him every year. We're gonna decide. We make the difficult decisions. I'm done with committees, and I'm done with passing the buck along to somebody else so that we don't have to make a decision. So at least for me, I vote no on this. I'm super duper confused. I have not failed as a council member. I have done my job. I communicate regularly with the manager. I evaluate him on a daily basis. I don't need a sunshine meeting. I don't need a process. I'm his boss. We are his boss, all 7 of us. Every day you evaluate him. The day you're not happy with him, you sit up here and you say, I'm not happy with the manager. Who else is not happy with him?
But that's not a formal evaluation.
That is a formal evaluation. Every time that we talk to him, absolutely.
No.
Absolutely. I don't need the staff to evaluate him.
That's not a formal evaluation, Councilwoman.
Point of order. I just want to make sure that we're respectful of each other.
Okay.
Councilwoman Morano has the floor, and then after that, I'll go to Councilman Alvarez.
I disagree. I feel, and I expressed this when we spoke about this originally, when we came up with, even community feedback, right? We wanted the community to come in and evaluate the manager and have this long meeting like we did with the eternal manager selection committee that took forever. And at the end of the day, we didn't do anything that the committee suggested. So those people that served on that committee that did an excellent job and put a lot of time and effort into it, their opinion was not considered and was not taken into consideration. So for as much as I'm trying to understand this, and for as much as I want to be proactive and put other councils in the proper posture, this is on a daily. Just like the attorney said, his contract is a month to month. The day that I'm not happy with Gustesi and Associates, I sit up here and I say I'm not happy with Gustesi and Associates. Who else is not happy with them? It's a very simple process. So I wanted to put that on the record. I have not failed as a council member. I've done my job. I did it a year ago. I put at that moment in time, my thoughts on the record. At that moment in time, everybody sitting up here evaluated the manager and gave him excellent reviews. Did everybody know what they were doing? Did everybody know that they were evaluating him? Because it was a vote of confidence. That's what a vote of confidence is. So I want to put us in the proper posture. I don't, this gives me, as Councilman Fernandez usually says, it gives me heartburn, indigestion. This makes no sense to me, and I feel like all too often, government goes in the direction of nonsense. This is nonsensical to me. And I'm not voting for this or anything else that doesn't make sense. This is more government bureaucracy that's unnecessary.
Thank you, Councilman Morano. Before Councilman Alvarez, Mr. Attorney, going back to the item, we have there was a motion by the mayor. There was a strike all amendment by Councilman Dieguez, which puts us at a date. That's a trigger point. This would then, in turn, affect the ordinance, which was drafted by Councilman Dieguez at some point in time. So this we'll have to go back and revisit this in another way. So I kind of understand where Councilwoman Morano is coming from. If you can put us exactly where we need to be.
The way I see it, it says we have a contractual obligation with the manager that says the town council shall evaluate the performance of the town manager at least once annually within 30 days of the anniversary date, in this case, February 1st. Based upon his results, then, decide whether to grant a salary increase or whatever it is. I hope I'm answering your question, but I'm not sure.
Well, I guess the fastest way to do this is just for me to explain what's being voted on right now is the amendment, right? The current amendment would say that the only thing that we're changing now is that 6 months before the natural end of the manager's contract, we need to decide, are we going to renew or are we going to begin the selection process? That's all that's happening. And, that would obviously impact or would be made as a certain amendment as a clause to the existing ordinance that we have for the manager selection process. That's all that's happening. There's no committee, there's no, there's nothing else. Just at 6 months before his contract ends, we need to decide renew or begin the process of the manager selection that's already been outlined.
You can decide that now. You're not violating his contract by doing that.
That's exactly what is being proposed.
Okay, I just want to be clear that his contract, I believe, expires in 2023. So you're talking about, I guess theoretically would have expired maybe January 31st of 2023. So just to put it all in line, you're talking about making a decision whether or not to renew 6 months before then? Is that?
Yes, and we would have to decide 4 months, at the very latest, at least 4 months before then, or actually the 5th month before then, because of the other process that we outlined, which is that to do the manager selection committee and then have the council decide, it has to be done within a 4-month process. So kind of to get ahead of the expiration, that's why we would, be having this, what we're doing here now.
But this amendment doesn't violate, what you're speaking of does not violate his contract?
No.
Okay, right. I mean, I'm just not sure. I want to make sure I'm answering your question, I guess. And from everything I'm hearing what you're saying, if that's your motion, I do not believe that violates the contract.
Correct. This is basically for us to make a decision. Are we going to let it expire on its own, or are we going to go in a different direction?
Right. I'm okay with that legally.
6 months prior to the to the contract's expiration.
Okay, any further discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any
No.
opposed? One opposed. Now, the final vote on the motion as amended, which basically is your
That's
motion
it.
served as a strike all. So,
What is a strike all? I'm sorry, am I the only one that doesn't know what it is?
Basically, think of it this way. It deletes the language that was there before and inserts completely new language. And so basically what we did is we replaced the old motion with the simple 6 months before the contract's termination. That is what will be, It's
Which is
still
what
an
you just-
amendment, so you still have to go back to the main motion and then pass that.
Okay, so, and you just voted on that?
We just voted on the amendment, so now we're back on the main motion as amended by the strike law.
as our parliamentarian said, on the main motion as amended. On the
Mi-
main motion as amended. Yes.
Vice Mayor, I believe, and I'll follow what the attorney says, what this does is modifies an ordinance. So they'll have to bring back next month to formalize the ordinance in first reading, then hear it again in January in second reading.
Correct.
Raul?
Yes.
I'll work with you on that.
Yes. The answer is yes. I'm just trying to go through my head and what the ordinance said and everything else. I don't have it in front of me, but yeah.
So on this item, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm a no.
Thank you. On to the next item on the agenda. Councilman Dieguez. This item requires a waiver of the rule.
I move to
move
waive
to waive
section
it.
7.2 of the special rules of order.
Motion
Second.
by Councilman Dieguez. There was a second by
Second.
Councilman Fernandez.
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez, thank you. Councilman Dieguez.
Well, okay. This item, as you know, I like to look for alternative ways for the town to make money that doesn't rely on the taxpayers. And this opportunity dropped in my lap a little while ago, and I've been kind of exploring it. And I think it's worth looking into. The short version, and I have some attorneys here that are able to expand on this as needed or to answer questions you may have on it. But the short version, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that it sets up a registration program within the town, whereas banks will need to go ahead and register whenever they initiate a foreclosure action. And the registration process is to make sure that they are doing their part to keep the properties that they're foreclosing on well-maintained and maintaining our aesthetic standards and complying with the code generally. If they do not register, then there would be a special magistrate process established that would then allow the town to go ahead and enforce the existing penalties and violations against the bank. But with that, we have Clifford Johnson here that I invited over since he's worked on some of these cases in the past. I'm going to let him go ahead and I guess fill in the blanks on anything I may have missed on that very 5,000-foot or very high-level altitude summary, and then he'll be available for any questions you may have. But I guess just to get the process started, I'm going to move to adopt the new business item, which is to establish this program.
I'll second it for discussion.
Thank you, Councilman, and thank you, Council. I haven't spent too much time in your beautiful town of Miami Lakes, but in the time that I have spent here, I have really enjoyed it, so thank you. My name is CJ Johnson. I am the founder of Breakpoint Law. The reason why I founded my firm was to focus on this single issue for cities throughout the country. Miami-Dade County has 17 cities that have enacted ordinances either similar or exactly like the ones that would be proposed. And what essentially it does at a very high level is it makes sure that properties that are in foreclosure, properties that are in default or vacant are being taken care of, so the town and the residents aren't holding the bill for that. And the people that are required to maintain these properties to the certain standards within the ordinance are going to be banking entities, so any mortgagees, the bank, servicers, property preservation companies who are already required to within the mortgages with the residents to maintain these properties when they're in the foreclosure process. I've worked with many cities in Florida and throughout the country, and the banks simply they don't take care of the properties they need to. And what we found, I'll give you an example, in Pasco County, one of my clients, they would spend $100,000 a year just mowing grass. And that burden that is put right on the taxpayers. And these ordinances would require the bank to mow the grass, maintain the properties, keep it safe, make sure the properties are safe or locked up. If there's pools, they're covered. There has been some tragedies with pools that are not covered in foreclosure. Kids have drowned, and that's why these ordinances started taking place and put into place since 2008, since the foreclosure crisis. We currently don't have a big foreclosure crisis, but I think the way that the country is going, we're probably going to see some kind of increase within the next 18 months. That's what the data shows. And to get ahead of that, to make sure that we're holding the proper parties responsible is a great policy for cities to implement. So I brought this to Councilman Dieguez as an opportunity for Miami Lakes to take a look at, and it's been very successful in all the cities that I work with and around the country.
Mr. Vice Mayor, could I ask him some questions?
Absolutely.
All right. Look, I'm not against this at all. To the contrary, I live in Miami Lakes, and I had a house in our neighborhood where a tree was going through the roof. So that was in foreclosure for years, and we had another one, and there's a massive issue with people filing bankruptcy while there's foreclosures going on and delaying them for years. The only concern is, and it's a question, how, if it's in foreclosure, the lis pendens takes precedence over almost anything that happens after that, doesn't it? So how do our fines or our process still apply after the bank forecloses? That's my concern. In other words, if the bank owns it, fine. You know, they foreclose and they're not keeping it up. Yeah, we can do all of this in this legislation. My concern is, what about that period between the time they file the mortgage and they get possession through a final judgment? How does our process have any real teeth to stick?
So to answer your question, I work with many cities in Central Florida doing code enforcement actions against the banks who do not register the properties. I've probably done about 10,000 of them, and not one of them has been appealed, or if they have been appealed, we have not lost one.
Okay.
The fees that the banks are going to be required to pay have been upheld. There's been some current litigation around it where I was involved as counsel, and we were successful.
Okay.
And those questions were all brought up, and between the police powers and home rule powers of cities, the courts have found that these are, that they can implement these types of ordinances, and they can enforce them.
All right. I hope so. I hope so.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I had a couple questions for Mr. Johnson. What are we talking about as far as a revenue source? Where does that come from? Is it just the registration fee? And if so, how much is that typically?
Sure. Thank you, Councilman. So the town gets to determine the amount of the fee that would be implemented. Many cities have anywhere from $200 to $500, and sometimes it's annual, sometimes it's semi-annual, depending on what the council would like to do. What we have found works the best is anywhere from $300 to $400 is the sweet spot. Has been looked at as from the servicer's perspective, from FHFA and Fannie and Freddie as reimbursable to the servicers from the federal government. So that's a sweet spot that doesn't typically and won't get challenged, and that will be the revenue source that comes in. I don't look at it more as direct revenue to the city, but it offsets a lot of the costs that the city's already incurring through code enforcement actions, and if they're mowing grass or maintaining properties that expends funds that they're not currently being reimbursed for.
Okay.
So
My second point was, how is this different from our natural code enforcement process? Would we, if a mortgagee would take over a property, we would lien them for failing to maintain this. What is different about this process that is not in our code enforcement process currently?
There's not currently an ordinance that requires the registration of the properties. The real reason for this is if Bank of America is foreclosing on a property, you can't just call the 1-800 Bank of America number and try to figure out who's going to come maintain the property. The registration process will require the servicers, the property preservation companies, and then local parties to register their phone numbers, addresses, so they can come take care of issues. The code enforcement process would be exactly the same, but it allows that your process to be implemented more effectively. And what we have done in the past is we have been able to identify those properties much more effectively and quickly through our processes and through the data sources that we get, because we have learned through the cities that have done it themselves. They're probably getting around 5 to 7% registration out of the total amount that need to be registered, and when they're working with either my firm or certain vendors, it gets upwards of 95%.
Is there a penalty for failing to register, for the mortgagee failing to register?
Sure. If the council decides they want to put a civil penalty in, yes, that's something that you could do. I think the town attorney would have the input on what would be legal in that realm. There are cities that have those, but also there are, through the code enforcement process, the ability to implement fines and other penalties.
Let me, if I could ask a question. So what happened, the ordinance or what you kind of propose is the bank files its foreclosure and immediately they have to register with the town clerk or whoever we decide.
Sure.
And in that form, they have to name a property manager or someone who's going to be in charge so that if there's issues, there's someone who we can contact.
Correct.
All right, now, I agree with that. That's a great idea, guys. Now, in that sense, what happens, what mechanism have you seen set up if they don't do that?
I've worked with many cities as a quasi-city attorney for this particular issue, where we take them to code enforcement hearings. For instance, my client, the city of Sanford, city of Apopka, Seminole County, Pasco County, we have done this successfully. Like I said, we've done over 10,000 hearings where if they don't register, we will take them to a code enforcement hearing, following all of the proper processes to do so. And ultimately, fines get imposed and the banks pay.
In that case, who do you tell? Because once again, you can't call 1-800. Do you call the attorney, the law firm handling the foreclosure, which is almost as bad as calling 1-800 Bank of America, but in my experience anyway. But is that how it's done?
No.
Well, I'm going to jump in here a second. Not that I want to discourage, the back and forth and you getting more information, but that is going more into the weeds of how the ordinance gets implemented.
Right.
Clearly, there's a way to do it. And I want you two to get together at some point if this does pass tonight to further discuss that. But what we're talking about is giving the go-ahead for your office to go ahead and develop the ordinance, and I've attached
I'm getting in the
two of
weeds.
them.
I get it. I'm getting in the weeds.
I get it, and I've attached two ordinances here that, have been passed by two different cities. They clearly have passed, legal muster. He's clearly worked on, similar mortgages, or rather registration programs and enforcement actions. And I would love for you to, outside of the sunshine, to get into it, because obviously now you guys are getting to certain legal arguments that may or may not be used against us in the future if somebody were to want to challenge.
I'll get his contact info and reach out to him.
So that's where I'm saying.
Assuming the item passes, by the way.
No, of course, and that's why I'm trying to, I love you all, but I'm just reclaiming my time here, and just pointing out that again, we can do this ordinance. There are 17 municipalities in Miami-Dade County that have done it. The instruction is for your office to go ahead and bring something back similar to what's already here that clearly has passed, and that's the motion. So, I urge my colleagues to go ahead and pass it. Again, it is doable. If there are any questions, I know for a fact that he'll be willing to make himself available. I would encourage everyone to do so, but at least, just wanted to get in there and not get into so much the legal back and forth, which I think is more appropriate outside of a public hearing between the attorney's offices and CJ.
All right, so no more lawyer MMA, guys. Councilwoman Morano.
Okay, I'm not a lawyer, so this will be an easier question.
Sure.
What is the difference between this process and what we normally have in place, which is if there's a house that's in foreclosure and the grass is overgrown, the town takes care of that problem and then passes that expense on to, I guess, that property. So when you purchase a property that has been abandoned for a while, you're purchasing that problem, and you have to pay off all of those expenses that are on the books for that property.
The problem with that is the property is not owned by the bank. The property is owned by the individual. So you're fining the individual, you're not fining the bank. That's
Okay.
kind of what his point is.
This is
So we're talking about properties that are no longer owned by individuals and are now in the possession of the bank.
He's talking about both. He's talking about a process. There's 2 points in time that I cared about, and that's what I was trying to establish before. The first point is when the foreclosure lawsuit is filed, to the point where the final judgment is entered, and a certificate of title is entered in the name of the bank. That process could take several years.
Correct.
A couple of bankruptcies, et cetera. When you are fining, in that process, you're typically fining the homeowner.
You're not finding the property.
Typically not. You're finding the homeowner, and it attaches to the property. The problem is that because the bank filed what's called a lis pendens, a lot of times it wipes it out.
I understand.
So then when they take the property, a lot of times you've wiped it out. Not the structural violations, in other words, they don't have a roofing permit or something
Right,
like
but
that.
the lawn mowing and the.
Exactly.
Okay,
Then
I understand.
Once they take possession,
I didn't know that that happened. I thought that those expenses were attached to that property regardless of what happened to it.
it starts to become a problem.
Those liens don't continue to cloud, even if the bank takes possession afterwards, don't they continue to cloud
They
title?
usually, I could check on it for you, the gentleman can opine on it, but they usually do not.
After a certificate of title or after there is a foreclosure sale auction, anything that's over and above that price, which is typically these that get added on, get wiped away. And if the property is retained back in REO by the bank, they're not paying these.
For example,
Okay.
the bank has a $200,000 mortgage on a piece of property. And by the time they foreclose with 18% interest or anything and costs, let's say the mortgage is $300,000 now, the amount due to the bank. And when the property sells at auction, they get $500,000, okay? The bank gets the first 300. The other 200 is what's called a surplus. If there's a surplus, then we get that money that's owed to us. Most of the times, there's not a surplus. The vast majority of cases, there isn't a surplus, so we're done.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my question. What was the need for it? Because I've purchased property where I've had to go to the city and pay off whatever expenses exist there, right? Because the city's been taking care of a property for a certain amount of time, and you have to pay that off at your closing, but I didn't realize,
Different.
right, that this is different. Okay, thank you so much.
Well, and Councilwoman, just
Yeah.
to add, this is something that will not be a burden on the citizens of your town. So these fees will not be incurred by them if they want to go purchase a property. They're not going to have to spend an extra couple $1,000s. So it helps people retain that and spend it here in town.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Oh, Mayor, you wanted to chime in?
Yes, a question to our town attorney. Very simple question, just a yes or no, and it's gonna help me with my decision-making process. If this passes tonight, you're gonna review everything, do your due diligence, make sure everything passes legal muster, then bring it to us, correct?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm fine with it.
That's the type of lawyer MMA I like to hear right there. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Great. The next item is 14E. It's my item. Very simple. I laid out the merits in the memo. I've been approached numerous of times by homeowners association, individual residents. What can the town do about this item? I know the mayor brought something forth, something in the past as well, trying to create more public awareness of pet owners that may be acting irresponsibly. I wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to strengthen our position on this item and wanted to direct staff to see what we can do either through our own enforcement actions or through public information to mitigate irresponsible pet ownership. And what I mean by that is individuals leaving pet waste on private property and common areas in homeowner association communities. So I wanted to make a motion to direct staff to come back with what opportunities we have to strengthen our position with regards to this issue.
I'll second the item.
There's a motion, there's a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'm in favor of it. I just don't know what we can do. I mean, I think this is something we've discussed a couple times, so I'm interested to see what staff comes up with, you know.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Any other discussion? Mr. Mayor, I know this is an item that you brought up in the past with relations to parks. I don't know if there's you want to opine on it or?
No, this is a good item. I think anything that we can do, on this issue, it's becoming a real problem, not only in our public parks, but all over town. I mean, the vast majority of our residents are responsible pet owners, but there are those that just frankly don't care. So I'm in 100% support. If we can come up with something and staff can come up with something to make sure that everybody's in compliance and ensures that everybody follows the rules, I'm in favor of it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. On to item F, ordinance reimbursing the town of Miami Lakes. Mayor Sid, the floor is yours.
Vice
This-
Mayor, move
this-
to waive section 7.2.
I'll second it.
Thank you. There's a motion, there's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I wanted to bring this up. We know that it's happened with our street lights. It's happened with stop signs, our street signs itself in our neighborhoods. It's happened in our special taxing districts and guard gates where folks hit the gates. And the other day I was actually reviewing the agenda and I was signing some checks and I signed checks. One check in particular that had a payment to one of our vendors to fix a pole in our town that happened due to an accident. And sometimes I feel like, a lot of these folks that do these things don't pay for it. So I just wanted to make a motion to direct our town attorney to collaborate with staff to come back with us with an ordinance that outlines a reimbursement. These folks that run over street signs, break the poles at special taxing districts where we have cameras that do any damage to town property, that we create a process that we're made whole instead of the special taxing districts, instead of the town constantly having to pay for these things, because it happens not once, not twice, but multiple times on a yearly basis. The one that really sparked the initiative was the special taxing district. There was one in particular that the guard gate, it kept getting hit every single time. Every time the pole would come down, there were folks that would just hit it and keep going, and I would see it broken on the floor on multiple occasions. So when I started doing the research and I've seen that it happens, it occurs throughout town, light poles, street signs, you name it, across town, things that we have to pay for to reimburse our own community. But I just want to make a motion to direct our town attorney to collaborate with staff to come back to us with an ordinance that outlines that process, that reimbursement process.
I'll second the item. Any discussion? Hearing none, I do have one item. And Mayor, thank you so much for bringing this item forward. This was something that has been discussed at length at the neighborhood service districts. But my understanding is, at least in those areas, we've always pursued action when we could, in the sense that you're absolutely right. They have cameras. So, and maybe I was misled, but I wanted maybe to go through the manager. Mr. Manager, when somebody takes out one of these gate arms, and I know the neighborhood service districts have done a lot of reinvestment. They have put now the ones that have lights, so that they're more costly than the planks that were there before. Do we go after those individuals after their car insurance? Do we go after them to address this issue?
Yes, sir. Whenever we know who the culprit is, and we can, and blame is assigned. For instance, like a car accident that knocks over a street sign or a street light, we always go after to try and recoup any expenses related to the replacement or the restoration of the damage caused by the culprit.
Got it. So, Mr. Mayor, I guess in the spirit of your item, and I continue to support it, what is it that you want? You want a price list for what each of these things cost?
To codify it. I think it's important to codify it, to showcase that, where people know, hey, you break something, this is how much it's going to cost. This is what the entire process, we're going to get reimbursed. And I think it's really, really important to codify that, because without getting into various cases, I do know multiple cases throughout town where street signs have been run over in one particular part of town, and we did not go after a reimbursement, maybe for a multitude of issues. Person didn't have insurance or whatnot, but I do think we really have to make sure that those things are fully reimbursable. Just a street sign is very expensive, especially when it gets hit by a vehicle. But I do know multiple occasions. I know one particular case that happened in West Lakes last year, and yeah, we did not get reimbursed for it. So I would like to see that codified where the council makes it a requirement of staff and to make sure that we go after those folks. If they have insurance or not, I think it's important to make our community whole and at least folks know, hey, you break something in our community, you're gonna have to pay for it.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On to item I, committee budgets. Councilman Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. So,
Wait, motion to.
Item
no,
requires
waive.
waiver of rule.
I'll second the motion to waive 7.3 of the special rules.
I made the motion. There's a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Go ahead, Councilman Fernandez.
All right. So, I'll kind of go back to what I was comfortable with how the process worked when I was a chair of a committee. You know, at some point during the summer before the budget season started, we would meet and sometimes for many hours to discuss our budget request to council and you know, that process is very time consuming because it's typically the time that you're encouraged to think, not only rethink your existing events, but also look at new priorities and new initiatives that you want to propose and bring those forward. So that, you know, the previous process, we would do that. There was a workshop dedicated to the committees and the committee budgets. The committee chairs would come and to go over the work that they had done with their committee and present their request to council. At some point, we kind of moved away from that. And what happened this year was that process still happened. The committee still evaluated their budgets and their events and likewise, but the determination as to what new projects were going to be considered or not was made administratively by staff rather than by us up on the dais, right? And so what we received was in our budget memo, you know, for example, youth activities, which I used to chair, were you know, recommending $50 for, you know, so-and-so event, whereas they may have asked for $1,000 or $2,000 or $5,000 for some great event that we never knew about because that's not what was presented to us, right? And so, you know, I think as Councilman Dieguez mentioned last week, all the committees are our babies, right? The committees are very much a creature of the council, and I would like to make sure that their requests come to us, you know, fully. I think the effort was in changing the process was to streamline the process. Sometimes I know those meetings with the committee chairs could go quite long, so there might be ways to streamline that and make it more efficient. But I'd like to go back to that system because what, you know, and as we saw, what ended up happening was we had two of our committee chairs that weren't happy with the outcome. And they essentially showed up and, you know, out of, you know, their experience, showed up and asked us to reconsider the decision, which, mind you, was not a decision we even made or considered, and with positive results, right? We were able to accommodate their requests, but those were the requests of the two committees that voluntarily came forward. The other, you know, 9 had similar requests that we never considered. So, and I don't necessarily think that's totally fair, right? So I would ask the manager that next budget cycle, all of those requests, you know, come to us. Staff, you know, recommendation is appreciated, but I think ultimately we need to see the entire picture to make a more informed decision. So that is That is a reason for my item, and that is my motion.
Thank you, Councilman Fernandez. I'm going to second the motion for discussion. Councilman Rodriguez.
No, nothing to add. I'm in favor of the item.
Anybody else? I do want to echo some of the sentiments. Councilman Dieguez, anything? I do want to echo some of the sentiments that Councilman Fernandez did bring forward. Again, and I'm going to bring my perspective, not necessarily so much what happened this year, but my perspective in years past being a committee chair. Because sometimes, all the time actually, the committees serve in a very passionate way, right? And I remember way back when sometimes we would put these huge budget requests that were kind of pie in the sky, and those never got brought back before council, right? Because it's a very, well thought out process. I would like to think that our budget is somewhere down the line that got streamlined to not put us in a position, right, where we would have to be the bad guys to say no, because we've already seen we're very bad at being bad, right? We want to appease everybody that comes before us, and sometimes we even do that without the formality of even knowing where the budget comes from, where that line item comes from in the budget, right? And that's really on us. And I think one of the things that I appreciate about the spirit of your item is, let's be very transparent with the committees on the front end. Hey, look, this budget's going to look pretty much flat this year. This is what you're going to get, okay? Make it work. You want to add something? Let's see what you can add. Bring that to the council, but let's make it a sensible approach to budgeting, not this, hey, let's go have pie in the sky, because they do kind of put a lot of effort into that budget, and I'd hate to kind of have it fall flat. Because I think it's always going to be an ask, and then it's always going to fall flat. So maybe laying that expectation on the front end, I appreciate as being a former committee chair, so that's why I can support the item and appreciate you bringing it forward. Any further discussion on the item? No?
Yeah, I'll say a few words.
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Hey, so I'm definitely in favor of the item, and I appreciate your perspective and Councilman Fernandez's perspective. You both were former committee chairs. I know one thing, look, and I was 100% in favor of it, and I'm still in favor of it today. When we made all the budget changes and we had some money left over, I know you gave money, especially to the folks that were there in attendance, to a handful of committees. In hindsight, I wish I would have had a better view of maybe some of the wants or perspectives of some of the other committees as well. So maybe this item really brings it into a holistic perspective. But while I was 100% in favor of what we did, right, we eliminated some of the money from the budget. Then, the committees the two that were in attendance had a different perspective, and we made those motions and helped them. I think some of the other committees that maybe weren't represented that night, and maybe had some other priorities as well, didn't have that opportunity. So, look, I love all of our committee members, but I agree with both of you guys, but I agree specifically with Councilman Fernandez that I would like to see that process be a little bit more holistic, because I think, maybe some of them, they were really happy that night, but there were some other ones that I'm sure that they were like, look, I wish we would have had that same opportunity to present our cases on some of the items that we wanted to see going forward. So I'm in favor of this.
Thank you, Mayor. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. I do not see anything on our mayor and council reports. I'm going to go on to the manager's reports, starting with the infrastructure report. Director Acosta.
Okay. Start off with the capital projects here. I'm just going to highlight a few of the projects, but if you have any questions on any of them, please feel free. The Save Russell School Bob Grant Educational Center project, the consultant is working on the 60% plans, and we should be getting that submitted this month for review to us and FDOT. That is a lab project. We have 3 projects out for bid. The Streetlights Improvement Project, we should be getting that bid actually tomorrow in. Bid opening for that. And the 2 mid-block crossings, the bids are scheduled to be open on October 21st. The Northwest 146th Street project, that it's a project that should be, we're finalizing the design work order. That's also a project that we have a grant with FDOT, and we're funding the design, and that should be coming to your approval next month. I separated the roadway project from the stormwater bond projects, and I listed all the stormwater bond projects there with the Canal Bank Stabilization Project Phase 3 that you approved today. That completes all the stormwater projects that were in the bond program. So all those projects will now be in design. The other projects that you have there are the American Rescue Plan projects, which you had 3 of those work orders for design work approved today, and those will issue notice to proceed immediately for those. The other stormwater projects, the West Lakes project, which is wrapping up, is about 90% complete right now. And this month, they will start paving all the rest of the streets, complete that project, and then, wrap it up. The rest, once the project is completed, the construction, the rest is just closing the grant process. And the 83rd Place Drainage Improvement Project, the bid, we opened the bid a couple of days ago. So that should be coming for your approval for the construction contract in the November meeting. And I listed there some of the facility projects. Roadway maintenance, what I listed there are just the totals for last year. I mean, we just started the fiscal year, so next month we'll start it over again with the data for the new fiscal year. But those are just roll-ups from last year. Added on this report, we added a map there to show you the stormwater projects. Actually, I just noticed there's a legend there that is missing somehow when it got generated. The agenda doesn't show, but the intent was to have a legend so you could see where all the stormwater projects are going on around town. I know there's a lot of projects there, and I just kind of hit the highlights, but if you have any questions, just let me know, and I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you,
Vice Mayor,
Director
if I may.
Acosta. I'm recognizing the mayor, I believe, has some remarks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Carlos, and I know we're in the cone of silence, so if you feel that we can't get into this, you stop me right away. But I know your end date for the crosswalk is October 21st. Not what the process is now, but after October 21st, what's the process after your general process? Forget about people that are bidding and stuff. What's the general process going forward for that crosswalk? Like, what it has to obviously come before the council. What's your time frame? What's that timetable look like?
Yes, Mayor. Once we receive the bids and we are good with the bids, we'll bring those to the council for approval, to award the construction contract to build those 2 crosswalk improvements.
November, December, January?
It should come in November. We should have enough time to meet the deadline for the November agenda.
Got it. No, just wanted to ask about that. Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion, any further questions for Director Acosta? Hearing none, thank you, Director. On to the monthly police report, Major Ruiz.
Good evening, Javier Ruiz, your town commander. Really only have a couple of significant events or initiatives. First, as the school years started up, our officers have moved forth with the Explorer program. We had our first meeting this month and already have 4 participants as Explorers. So we're developing a flyer to provide to the town to forward and post on social media. Obviously, the Explorer program, it fosters positive relationships and attitudes towards law enforcement. It's for ages 14 through 17. High school students, they interact with our officers. And in the future, our CSO will be going to attending some committee meetings to spread the word and information on the Explorer program as well. And the other initiative that we have going on this month is we should be having a Coffee with a Cop event soon. I believe it's planned for Wednesday, October 20th at 8:30 in the morning. It'll be at Gaucho's, I believe, and there we'll be interacting with community members and just there to discuss concerns and be accessible to the community. And with that, I'll open up for any questions or comments.
Thank you, Major Ruiz. And I saw the mayor giving you a big fist bump when you announced the Explorers program. So thank you so much. And Mr. Mayor, did you want to comment on the Explorer program?
No, thank you, Vice Mayor. I just think it's great news. Those are the initiatives that I know that are important to the council because they continue creating trust and that foundation of trust between law enforcement and especially our youth that is so, so important. So, no, thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Major, for that great news.
Thank you.
And I think just something that's funny, I was going through some old memorabilia the other day, and I found my actual MDPD Explorer training binder from many, many years ago. And
really?
It was a blast from the past, and it was actually when I was at Station 1, so it was pretty neat to go through that stuff. So thank you so much for bringing back that program. Proud to have it here in our town.
Awesome. Thank you.
Any other comments for the Major? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
On to the Miami Lakes Optimist Park report. Jeremy.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I'm going to go ahead and just jump into some of the active projects we have going on at Optimus. The tennis court resurfacing had actually already commenced. We started doing some of the actual ground site work and prep work. We are unfortunately being made aware of a delay in some of the materials of the actual surfacing. So we're probably 2 weeks from receiving those actual materials, and the project itself for all 4 courts will probably be another 2 weeks. So we were made aware of that earlier today. It's unfortunate, but it seems that a lot of different supply chain issues are going on throughout many industries. It's not anticipated, unfortunately. As far as the storage facility, we actually did receive a proposal from one of our design firms as far as looking into the design for a prefab facility to be built there, including, and that's one thing that we're going to be going back and forth with this consultant, is actually some of their scope needs to be defined. We'll be meeting tomorrow with them to include that elevation to meet some of the requirements for flood hazards in that area right now where the facility actually resides. We're hoping to have that solved and anticipating having this work order with the design firm probably in the next 14 days. As far as the MLOP design, we are actually finalizing the updated OPC. There were some tweaks that needed to be made, so we're looking to put that together for a November workshop to go ahead and hound down on the full list of amenities within the options that we have already kind of somewhat got an understanding of where we reside. And with that, we'll be able to go through everything listed and have up-to-date pricing through October of 2021. Other than that, the JUA for the school board seems to be toning down as far as how many remarks are going back and forth. We just received earlier this week the latest amendments. There's nothing more than asking for some site annotations just to display what is one of the parking lots that they're referencing and what is one of the open play areas. So there doesn't seem to be much change as far as what's going on back and forth now between the school board. Other than that, any other questions?
I had a question.
Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. 2 things. First, going backwards with the JUA, can you forward us a copy of the latest revisions to go over? Because by now I have an older draft, which was the last one that was disseminated. So just to kind of see what's different.
Definitely, we'll do.
Perfect. And then the other item with respect to the OPC, generally speaking, is it above the estimated price tag for option 3 or below or just exactly where it's supposed to be at?
I would have to take the issue is that there are certain aspects that need to be changed completely from what was provided, but overall it's just above that number.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you. Where are we with the online facility rental process for fields? Do we have
as far as being incorporated into E-Track?
Yes.
We're still trying to work through some of the E-Track difficulties as it is before we go ahead and onboard a new process.
Okay.
But that is definitely something that we'll continue to look into as we navigate some of the current issues that we're dealing with our provider.
Because, yeah, I think we really need to streamline that, especially the field rental process. It's a little dated. It would be much easier if we could do it
paper.
online. Yes.
Understood.
Any further comments?
Vice Mayor?
Yes, Mayor.
Just a comment, I don't play pickleball, neither do I know the rules, but I have never seen so many people in our community excited for the pickleball courts.
Rightfully
and
so.
Finishing of that. So the amount of calls that I've gotten about, when is that gonna happen? What's going on? I wanna play pickleball. Is it gonna be organized? And I mean, dozens and dozens of people. So I don't play it, I don't know how to play it, but the amount of folks that are excited the excitement's real. So
I'll
just
be happy to
wanted-
teach you, Mayor. Happy to teach you.
Councilman Rodriguez will be having private clinics. He's going to be opening up a side venture.
I'm
and
gonna
it's
start a
be-
P3.
I was gonna say, we'll go ahead and get you on a P3.
Can we name the pickle courts, Councilman Jeffrey Rodriguez Pickle Court?
Oh, please.
Naming ordinance item.
You're gonna make me blush.
I would.
You're gonna make me blush.
We all know you love attention.
That's your
That's sarcasm.
That's your legacy item there, sir. All right, and bringing it back, I do have some remarks for Jeremy. You know, Jeremy, I've had an opportunity to work with staff at statewide levels, local levels, and I manage staff every single day. And sometimes exceptionalism, and I know that's something that's near and dear to you, Councilman Alvarez. Exceptionalism sometimes doesn't necessarily get recognized because that's what we expect, right? And I want to bring forward 2 opportunities that I've had to see you being exceptional, and I want to enter it into the public record today. One which I shared with the manager about what you were just doing proactively one morning before you even had to report to work, just going to see how your staff were engaging with the public and casually strolling through a park. Nobody told you to do that. You said, look, you know, this is somebody else's kind of role now, but I'm taking ownership and I want to make sure everything is working smoothly. I thought that was exceptional. The other thing that I witnessed personally about your exceptionalism, Saturday, you went out to the park to engage families, to see how they're enjoying the park, what's working, what's not working. Nobody told you to do that. You were doing that on your own. And I think sometimes, you know, we're very critical about the work that maybe we do or what somebody may not be doing. But I think those moments of exceptionalism need to be recognized, and I think you did an outstanding job, and just wanted to let you know. So thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. On to the attorney's reports.
All right, this should be quick. I know, getting some feedback from Lorenzo, that some of you have been asking what's going on with the Pizzi case. We are doing everything possible to take his deposition early next month. I just actually cleared some dates on my calendar for me to be present. Hopefully that deposition takes place after that. And then we have certain procedural plans that I can certainly talk to you about in an executive session. The Valiente matter, we hope it gets resolved soon. I know Lorenzo let's take up another matter. I just handed you a resolution from the Graham companies have asked us to do this. Essentially what's going on is there's an area of being designated as brownfield. Brownfield is not anything you want your land to be designated as. It is outside the town of Miami Lakes. We're not so much opposing its designation as brownfield, and I don't know if the Grahams are even opposing that part of it, but it seems like they're going to try and call it the, Miami Lakes Brownfield Area, I think it's called. Let me see where it is. Miami Lakes Industrial Projection or Project. We don't think that is appropriate. It's not even within the town. Our town has trademarked the town of Miami Lakes. They have trademarked the word Miami Lakes. I think we should support them with this resolution that says, don't call it that. That's essentially what's before you. So I'm hoping that someone will move it.
Do you want us to move that now?
Yes.
I will move it.
It's time sensitive, that's why.
There's a motion by Councilman Morano. I believe the second came by way of Councilman Rodriguez, Councilman Fernandez. You did the second? Second by Councilman Rodriguez. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution passes.
And then I think Lorenzo wants to talk to you about something having to do with swell areas. Oh, I'm sorry, and one other thing. I need an executive session on 59th Avenue, so I'm making that call now for the record.
I'll move for us to have an executive session on 59th Avenue and directing the attorney and the town clerk to coordinate with us to set that up.
I'll second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Just, I'll be very brief. Councilman Dieguez wanted me to put some remarks as to where we are with the swell protection ordinance. The challenge, as many of you know, with that ordinance is that it requires some teeth, and it really requires police teeth in order to make it happen so that they can go ahead and ticket vehicles, which is a power that we really don't have at the moment. Major Reese has been wonderful in poking and prodding his department, and he did get me to someone a couple weeks ago, and we finally did speak this past week, who is helping us move that process along. He's got some remarks on the ordinance, but he believes that that's something that definitely our police is going to be able to be able to handle, be able to ticket vehicles. And the great thing about that is that our police department will be able to enforce certain ordinances, and so we're already putting that in place, and that's something I know that Major Reese was expressing to me he's very excited about. There's certain intricacies about that that we're going to have to work with the clerk of courts in order to allow our magistrate to be able to process those cases here in-house, but that's, I'm happy to report that that's something that should be coming to you in an ordinance form in the next few months. And I'm open to any questions that the council may have.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Gobea? Hearing none, thank you so much for the report.
Thank you.
Hearing no other items, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn the meeting, but I wanted to ask for a moment of personal privilege. I wanted to thank my colleagues. This was the first opportunity I've had to chair a meeting in its entirety, and you guys made it very painless. I, on the opposite hand, had an over-under for 10:30. I have missed the mark by 42 minutes. If I'm ever in this position again, I'm going to make up that time to each and every one of you. So I apologize, and I'm putting that on the record. And I want to thank my dear friend, our parliamentarian here to my right, which did an outstanding job today as well. So thank you, but as of now, this meeting's adjourned.